Good morning, everybody. It is 9:30 and we are opening this regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for San Miguel County. Today is Wednesday, July 1st. It is 9:30, as I mentioned. Present is Commissioner Ann Brown. Commissioner Gleason is out of town, but Ann and I form a quorum and will continue to make decisions as best we can. Also present are a number of staff and members of the public, both in the room and a few on the Zoom. Welcome, everybody. We'll open with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you, everybody. Even though we're surrounded by smoke and fire, we're still lucky to be here. Review of the agenda is our next item, and I do not have any changes. Do you?
I just had one point of clarification that on item 7A, interviewing for an appointment of an alternate member. That's good. For some reason, I thought the way I read it originally, it sounded like we were gonna vote. Oh, but we're not. We're gonna vote next week.
Correct.
Thank you.
We'll have
That
a
was my
full
only
board next week.
point of clarification.
Okay, we are clear and we'll make sure we stay that way. We'll move on to public comment for items not on the agenda. And I'll open the floor to Peter Lundin, who has raised his hand on the Zoom. Good morning, Mr. Lundin. We'll unmute you here and then you have to click the button. Hi, Peter.
Good morning. Yes, this is Peter Lundin. Thanks for the opportunity to provide public comment. I'm an owner of Lot 20, 192 South Avalon in Miramonte Ranch, just off the Lone Cone Road south of Norwood. As you may or may not be aware, there are a few items of concern in our neighborhood. I've been trying my best to understand all that has happened in the past and all that is currently occurring. There are covenants that are recorded in the county for the association, and the neighborhood is doing its best to review, address, and hopefully alleviate some of these concerns. While I was recently elected to the Board of Managers, I am not speaking on behalf of the association or the board, but rather myself as a concerned landowner. Our biggest concern that I currently have is the activity that is going on and going in and out of Lot 22, which is directly north of my lot. There are trucks, dump trucks, delivery trucks coming and going on a pretty regular basis, definitely causing undue traffic, noise, dust, etc. To me, being in the construction, architecture, design, development business has indications that this property is being used as a staging area for construction business. This is not allowed use within our association. I also believe there needs to be a special use permit for that use within the Wrights Mesa Zone District, which I do not believe exists. If I'm wrong, I'd be great to see the proof to the contrary, as well as not see so many vehicles coming and going so regularly. There are several other locations within the county in which staging activities can and should occur. I personally would prefer it not to be within our residential neighborhood and definitely not across from my lot. Lastly, with all the smoke and fires that are around us, as you mentioned just a second ago, Lawrence, I do have a real concern of fire danger in connection with the possible activities that are going on. I'm hopeful that the county can review and take the necessary steps in regards to these activities and the protection of our neighborhood. And thanks much for allowing me to have this opportunity to voice my concerns as a public member. So thank you.
Peter, thank you. And just as postscript to your comments, we are engaged with the enforcement process on lot 22 and several others in your neighborhood. It is not as easy as we'd like it to be, but we have been moving forward and actually have an executive session scheduled for the last item on today's agenda to get an update on where we sit with those enforcement efforts. So you are heard, and although government grinds slowly, we are aware of the problems and are working to solve them. So thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would care to make a comment for anything not on our agenda? I understand Clay Wadman might want to speak, and Clay, if you're pushing buttons, we'll give you a second because Mr. Doug Tooley is stepping up to the mic.
Just briefly, I'd like to make a general comment on Mr. Lundin's concern about code enforcement, and just note that that's happened at a number of BOCC meetings, and it's good to hear that the county is working on these specific questions, and I hope that general process as well, something that Mr. Lundin might well have input into as well. Thank you.
You know, Doug, I'll add a comment on process, which is that currently our state regulations and rules about how to do enforcement are confusing and lack teeth. And come August 1st, there is a bill which is, pardon, 31st? August 12th. Come August 12th, a bill has been passed in the state house and state legislature, which will give us more clarity and more teeth. And so there's a bit of a dance here where we're trying to decide if we go with what we've got or if we try to position ourselves for a more surgical strike on August 13th. And we haven't decided, but we will be discussing that this afternoon. With that, if there's no other public comment in the room, and I do not see any other hands up on the Zoom, I'll give that just another moment. And then I will close public comment for items not on the agenda.
Sorry.
You're sorry?
No, sorry, I just messed up something on the view, sorry.
Okay,
Sorry, I'm.
don't be sorry for nothing.
I pushed the button I shouldn't have pushed, but
Okay, you have to hold your hands up.
Yes.
All right, we'll move along to our consent agenda. This is item number 6. Commissioner Brown, do you have any items on the consent agenda you'd care to pull for discussion?
No, I do not. I just really pleased to see a number of items on the consent agenda, including our adoption of the Community Wildlife Protection Plan, otherwise known as the CWPP. Fire. Okay, wake up, man. And then also I'm pleased to see 2 reappointments to the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel, and also Jackie Kenneth getting reappointed to the Lone Tree Cemetery Board. I just so appreciate the engagement of our community members, and yeah, just didn't want those items to go unnoticed.
Thank you for that reminder of all those good things that are buried in the consent agenda. Let's move to item 7A.
Maybe, yeah,
Oh, let's vote on it.
let's do it.
Okay,
It's such a good consent agenda.
let's do it.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, first decision made. We're moving on to item 7A now, and this is an interview for the appointment of an alternate member to the Planning Commission. And as you will recall, we did interview 3 candidates last week, and we have another one, Kath Jett, with us this morning. Kath, what we did last week was pose the same 4 questions to each of the candidates in an effort to make parity, to have parity. And I've shared those questions with Commissioner Brown, and I think we'll just popcorn back and forth and give you free rein to respond as you see fit. If that makes sense, we have read your application, so we have a good sense of your background. If there's anything that you didn't put in that application that you care to share, feel free. Otherwise, we'll just pose some questions.
Okay, thanks and good morning. I think the one thing that popped into my head this morning while I was just kind of getting my coffee and going, was one of my unique experiences that I get to have is with my job. I travel all over North America and Europe for what I do. And I go there as a necessary evil, not as a tourist. So I'm in the crappy rooms in the hotels, I'm in the bad VRBOs with the bed bugs and so on and so forth. But I also get to meet with people. One of the things that I do is I'll often sit at the bar because I don't want to take a whole table by myself, and I'll just start talking to people next to me. And a lot of people I meet are actually in planning. And so I can talk to them. It's like, hey, I'm from this community, and how did you guys handle this? And what have you done? And in hindsight, what would you have done different? So that's been a really great experience for me. And I continue to do that, even though I haven't been on the Mountain Village Planning Board for quite a while. But yeah, I thought that would be maybe a little interesting tidbit to let you guys know.
I just want to follow up on that. I'm curious to know what your job is, just in the sense that it may provide context for what your work would be on the planning commission.
Sure. I actually own a sports timing company with my husband. So we time everything from the Rondella to the Olympics and everything in between.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Down to the 100th.
Yes, well, more than that sometimes in some sports.
Thank you for that extra information. I'll just jump in with my first question and go back and forth. What perspective will you bring to the board that isn't already represented by a current member?
I think just my history of being here for as long as I have, I've seen all the, several different developments. I've been involved in them as a public citizen, making comment and keeping an eye on things, as well as, learning the planning process and being aware of the regulations. One of the things that I learned really early on was there's going to be stuff that happens in your backyard that you're not going to like as a public citizen on this board. And the person who was my mentor said, you have to look at the code. And if you can't find it in the code, you just can't talk about it. And so what I do a lot of times is I'll literally write a letter to the board saying where I object to it and where I'm opposed to, or where I'm in favor of it. And if I can't find supporting documentation for those positions, I just have to let it go. I just have to let it go. And I have learned to do that throughout my tenure. With the Copper Mountain Subbasin as well as with Mountain Village.
Thank you.
Our planning director, Kay Simonson, is nodding and smiling.
A second question, planning decisions often involve competing interests, strong public opinion, and neighbors in direct opposition to one another. Can you describe a time you were involved in or witnessed a contentious land use or community issue, and what it taught you about how to listen, weigh evidence, and make a principled decision in the face of disagreement?
Four Seasons, easy, right off the top of my head. I was on the planning commission at that time, and I think one of the things that was really interesting to me is I kept hearing a lot of negative things about it, about the development process. In the beginning, staff was changing some of the regulations or crafting them slightly differently to, I don't know if it was to affect the outcome or just to clean things up. But people were concerned about that. And I had listened to staff's point of view and understood that and asked questions before the meeting. But then once I started to hear the other people speak, I kind of changed my position. I had a pretty firm position on where I was going to be. But the more I listen to people, I try and really listen with an open mind. And that can change. And again, as long as they come in with evidence to back their feelings, their emotions, which is hard to do sometimes, I can change my mind and I'm okay with that. What I have found is that coming up with a middle solution is always the best way. Developers will always shoot for the moon. Staff will always kind of go for the low hanging fruit, but finding that middle ground that's going to benefit all parties, I think, or as many parties as possible is always the best way. I hope that helped, that answered.
Absolutely.
Okay.
San Miguel County is experiencing development pressure that brings both economic opportunity and risk to our rural landscape and community character. How do you approach balancing the need for responsible growth, including housing and infrastructure, with the preservation of the agricultural, environmental, and cultural values that define our county?
I think first and foremost is, especially with this dry of a year that we've had, is how is water going to be impacted by this development? Do we have enough? Will we have enough? Looking at it from a 1 year perspective is just so short-sighted. We've really been in a 10-year drought period. And as soon as the rain comes, people forget that. We have to start conservation, and we have to start looking at all projects, whether they're single family homes or whether they're a huge hotel development, to see how it's going to impact us. Because we could be like California, where we just are dry and nothing happens anymore. That's my biggest concern, quite honestly. As far as housing and stuff like that goes, I think we're in a box canyon. We saw 2 years in 2019 when we had all that snow, we were getting closed and boxed in all the time. When I first moved to Colorado, I spent quite a bit of time in Aspen, and they were having the same problem with Highway 82. And people didn't realize that if workers can't get to work, the lifts don't run, the coffee doesn't get served, the toilets don't get cleaned. We have to make sure that we have housing close by, not 50 or 60 miles away. And we have to make sure that it not only establishes enough for the minimum to run the organization, but more than that,
Thank you.
Final question. The Planning Commission is responsible for interpreting and applying San Miguel County's land use code, master plans, and state and federal regulations. What is your familiarity with land use planning principles and local regulatory frameworks? And are there specific areas where you feel your background would be particularly valuable to the commission?
Quite honestly, I haven't spent as much time with the county regs as I probably should have before I applied for this position. I'm very familiar with Mountain Village. I'm somewhat familiar with Telluride. I helped with the redevelopment of the Copper Mountain Subbasin when I was there, so I understand how the process goes. The application of it, I need to do some work on, quite honestly. I'm not an architect, but I'm not afraid to ask questions. I am one of those people that knock on staff's door. I'm not a fan of email and phones, and I'd rather walk in and speak face to face with people. I get better connection that way. And sometimes it's good to get folks out of the office and go have a cup of coffee and say, I don't understand this. I'm not afraid to say, I don't know. That was one of the biggest things that I've learned as I've gone through this process. I don't know. And I want to learn.
Do you want to run for county commissioner? Okay,
No,
that
thanks.
was an aside. That was really well said. Thank you, Kath.
Thank you.
All right. We, as you heard from Commissioner Brown, are not planning to make a decision today, but we meet again on July 8th in Norwood, and our plan is to have a full board and use ranked choice voting for the 4 candidates for the 1 seat. If you'd like to come, you're welcome to, but otherwise we will let you know how the chips fall, and we will be in touch. Thank you very much for making time today.
And I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity as well, just because of the confusion. So thank you very much for scheduling me in today.
Of course.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you both.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
service as an election official as well.
You're welcome.
Late night work.
If you haven't done it, I highly recommend. It's a great team.
I agree, I've done it, and I can't wait to get back to it.
All right, moving on to item 7B, which is approval of the appointment to the Behavioral Health Solutions Panel of Zach Lefevre, Paragon Director of Crisis Services, representing the Regional Behavioral Health Provider, for a 2-year term beginning July 2026 and ending June 2028. Is Carrie Brock with us? I think she is. And I will scan the Zoom.
See your.
Great. Carrie, if you would care to unmute.
I am here.
Good morning. We hear you loud
Good
and clear.
morning.
Yes.
So Carmen just asked me to be here for this one just because we do have one position that's looking a little different. 2 of these positions that we're asking you to approve are renominations. So Chuck Porth would like to continue representing UMC, and Linnea Edwards, as you know, has been nominated by San Miguel County to continue representing the county. When I presented to you last month, I mentioned that we had been in discussions with Paragon and with Axis about which organization should represent the regional behavioral health agency position that is designated to be on this panel. Given that Paragon is taking on a lot of responsibility in San Miguel County and has recently signed a new contract for crisis services, Axis and the panel felt that it might make more sense to have a representative from Paragon. So we reached out to Paragon and they nominated Zach Lefevre, who has been around and been involved in some of the work the panel is doing, but is now looking to join the panel starting this month for a 2-year term representing Paragon.
Thanks, Carrie. That's a really clear summary, and we, in our consent calendar, already approved the reappointments for both Chuck and Linnea. So now we are posed with the question of Zach, and I have no opposition. I think it's a good idea.
I do as well, and I know Zach, and he is he will add a lot of value to this board. And I think it will also help for him to get to know the community better as his organization takes on more responsibility. So I think it's a great suggestion and a nomination, and I will move, you're ready, to appoint Zach Lefevre from Paragon, the Director of Crisis Services, to the Behavioral Health Solutions panel.
I will second. All those in favor?
Oh,
Aye. Done.
thank you, Carrie.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate your time. Enjoy the rest of the day.
You too.
Okay, we are on to a presentation of the Road and Bridge High Country Road opening policy with Mr. Ryan Rigetti, our Road and Bridge Supervisor, and Megan Eno, our United States Forest Service District Ranger. I see Megan on the Zoom and Ryan is here in the room. Good morning, you two. Ryan, do you want to start? Or do you
I
want?
just wanted
Mike
to
wants
give
to
a
start.
brief preface,
Thank you.
that this is, even though this is a regular commissioner meeting, this is not a document ready for action or adoption.
Mhm.
We didn't want to delay, getting feedback from the board, the public, for Ryan to refine this past policy so that we can have better communication with our neighboring county partners, see if we need to change anything as it relates to the management of our passes and how we communicate with those other counties respectively and the public as a whole. So.
Thank you, Mike. Work in progress. We've got a draft document in front of us.
It's ever evolving. So yes, Ryan with Road and Bridge. So we're working on a document that's just going to kind of help with just getting information and information that we get asked every single year. And the more the users that we have in the high country, we're getting a lot more people throughout, as the years have been going on. We have more Jeep companies, more private outfits that are operating up there. And they all have similar concerns as, when's it going to be open? When can we be up there? If there's any issues that are related to delays in the opening, or if there's any issues with damage that occurred through the previous winter or projects that we have coming up. So that's what this policy really is focused at, is ensuring that we get good information out there. It's good general information out there, but also that we have a good avenue to be able to communicate better with the adjacent counties. In the past, we all kind of worked on our own schedule. We updated the information on our websites, and we just kind of relied on people to get the information from the adjacent counties' websites. So we've started working on this document a little while ago, and I'm just going to say, I think it was about a little over a month ago, and I think all of us had time to kind of offer some feedback and put some stuff in here. So this is just a general overview of what it is. It's still evolving. I mean, even with recently on Imogene, we had some, just a little over a week ago, we had an incident up there that kind of, that made us realize that, we can do things better with Ouray County as far as even notifications on their side as a status on our side, and alleviate some of the confusion on the different information that's posted on the different websites. So in general, our past objectives in the last years, in the years of standard snowfall in the county, the objectives are to open Last Dollar Road, and it typically occurs by Memorial Day. And it's important to say a lot of these dates, they have to coincide with the travel management plan that the U.S. Forest Service has, because they have dates where they have dates where the roads are not open to vehicular traffic, or they might be restricted to 50 inches or less, before a certain date, and that's to protect the road. And so motor vehicles aren't even allowed to operate on these roads, even if they're open or even if there's no snow. So those dates and, that'll be deferred to the Forest Service on their travel management plan. But outside of those dates and when vehicles can operate, that's where our plan, we're really, that we're trying to focus on keeping those roads open. And I know Megan's on here and she's welcome to jump in at any time to add any more definition or clarity to anything that comes up. So last hour pass, we try to get that open by Memorial Day. It's not one of the bigger passes that everybody comes up here to do, but it is one that people can start to travel, and it's a new way to come into Telluride, and historic route that comes in. It does have some good scenery over there, and even in the fall, a lot of people like to use that for looking at the leaves when they're changing. It does go through some good areas.
Not to interrupt, but Commissioner, do you want me to share my screen with the draft pass policy while I'm speaking? Do you want to do it? that
I've
way,
got
Ryan,
it
or
up
talk?
from the packet, but if you'd prefer to share it,
It's up
then
to
everyone on the meeting can also see it.
I think it'd be nice for everyone to see it, Mike, and, how do we intend to like really workshop this today? And I see we have 40 minutes, which I was pleased about. Like, would we be maybe making edits to the document today, or?
I think it'd be great if there was high level direction given on areas to focus on or modify. So that we can
Right.
come back with a final draft.
Yeah, and I had some notes on here too, just for clarity or things that we wanted to touch up. I'll wait till Mike gets it up. There you go. And then our goal is to open an additional pass connecting to a neighboring county to provide access to the town, or to provide access to the town of Tomboy by our goal is to do that by early June. So typically we start, once we get through last dollar and that's drying out, then we'll move over and we'll start overpass. We'll look to see how much snow is up there. If there's a lot of snow still up there, then there's no reason for us to spend weeks and weeks and weeks pushing snow out. We'll let Mother Nature do a lot of the work for us. But when it gets to the point where we know, we can make some good headway, then we'll do that and get down to the ice. Then we'll move up there. And that typically is around the end of May. And so we spend the first couple weeks pushing up there. And then from there, we'll move straight over to the town of Tomboy. Our focus is to get to the town open as quick as we can. Depending on the avalanche activity and what type of winter we had and how much ice we had on the falls through the Royer Gulch section. If there's a lot of ice on the cliffs, it's really not safe for us to try to get up there. So that does add some challenges. But once we can get past there, we can get to the town pretty quickly, and we'll try to get that open. That is an area where we're working with the Forest Service for a plan for this coming season to do some more wall improvements in some areas where we've had some wall failing. And so we're currently planning that with them to get to the town of Tomboy. But then after that, once we can swing that gate, then we'll continue working to the top of the pass. And then typically we get to the top of the pass at Imogene right around the week before, or that week before the 4th of July. And then we can move over to Black Bear, and we typically have that open the week after the 4th of July.
Can I pause for just a moment, please?
Yep.
I know in our initial discussion on the sequence of the passes opening this year, from our previous discussion, there had been talk about we were working with the town because they were replacing the water line on the Tomboy Road. And there was an anticipation, I know that there was some direction given from the board to focus on opening as a general rule to the town of Tomboy before we went over to overpass. And this year, the reason that we stayed on overpass and opened that before was about twofold. One was in deference to the town, who did not want extra traffic on Lower Tomboy Road. But then when I spoke to Ryan, he indicated that there is a historic concern about our equipment on the icy area near Royer Gulch. And I think I'd like you to talk a little bit more about that, because what I don't want is for there to be an expectation that we're gonna be going to the town of Tomboy before we open overpass regularly. Where, can you talk a little bit more about what that danger is, and if that is just a this year problem, or if that's an every year problem, so that we can more clearly say, the board knows and the public knows, are we gonna do over second, or are we gonna do to the town of Tomboy second?
Historically, and I think moving forward, for the schedule that works best for us and that we can most consistently meet is we go to over immediately after we do last dollar. And then when we finish over, then we can focus our energy on Tomboy. And then we try, before we move the dozer up Tomboy, because tracking the dozer up and down Tomboy, it's a venture, and it does wear and tear on it a lot. Going over those rocks, it does a lot of wear and tear on our equipment. So we try not to track it as little as we can up and down the roads. So historically and moving forward, I think that's going to be what we can maintain on the most consistent basis, is going to over and then going to Tomboy. If there's a reason, if we have a lot of ice, if we've had a lot of avalanche activity and there's a lot of ice, a lot of water that was flowing through the wintertime on that cliff section and that aspect, especially once you get past Royer, it's a western aspect, so it doesn't get sun until later in the day, and so it takes time for that to melt out. And a lot of times under the snowpack that we have, we'll have 1 or 2 feet of clear ice that forms on that road, and it's very difficult for us to get through that. Even with snow cleats to traverse that section, it's pretty dangerous. So sometimes we'll have to wait. If we have to wait on that, and we can work it around bluegrass without competing with bluegrass for traffic. And this year it worked out that way as well. Also, we'll go clear the switchbacks at Black Bear at that time, and we'll take advantage to try to keep moving forward so that we can kind of expedite the openings and get them done as quick as possible. Then we can move, back. This year it worked out that way.
So I know this is kind of a change from what was discussed last time, so I want to make sure that the board is hearing this. The aspect that I didn't hear Ryan talk about last time is that danger of our operators and equipment on that section on Tomboy Road. So that the over residents have requested that they do this tertiary opening of passes, not right after last dollar, to try and delay the amount of Jeep traffic coming into their community. And I wanted to make sure you understood why this year we stayed with over, and that you understand Ryan is suggesting that we continue to go to over second on a consistent basis. I think that the pass at the top of overpass that we installed with San Juan County has been successful.
The gate, you mean?
The gate,
Yeah.
yep,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. To prohibit vehicles from entering down and then causing environmental damage in and around the town of Ophir. But this is something I want you to have some discussion on if you have questions or comments.
I mean, to tell you the truth, I was a little bit upset that we promised in that last work session to the town of Ophir resident that was representing that we would prioritize Tomboy Road, and that we weren't able to share this ice information with them, because this is a big change and it's something that really matters to the Ophir community. So I'm sorry that we didn't have that full discussion when members of the public were here. But I do understand your point, Ryan, and I would encourage you to always speak up at a public meeting if you have a concern, so that we don't set a policy and then have to backtrack on it.
Understood.
We really do rely on your expertise, and I trust you so implicitly. So please always speak up if you have a concern about a direction that we're going. But I do get it now, and I really appreciate that you did come forth eventually with that information. I would just ask, because of that kind of promise that we made a few months ago, that once we settle this policy, that we send a letter or an email to John Wontrowski at the town of Ophir, explaining sort of the rationale for anything in here that is relevant to Ophir, so that they really do understand the thought that and the care that has gone into this, and that they were heard And yet, because of Mother Nature and danger and, you know, expense and all those sorts of things, we had to change our approach. So does that make sense to the rest of you?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you, Ryan, for helping us figure that out.
Yeah, nope.
Rather than later, or later rather than sooner, but we got where we need to be.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize, and you know, I understand your point. And yeah, and I know in the past we've tried, you know, that we had a pretty consistent schedule we just stuck with. And over the past few years, we have tried, you know, different things. And, you know, I don't want to, you know, I don't want to come across like we're not willing to try different things. And so that was kind of, yeah, that, you know, a lot of the past discussions where, yeah, we'll definitely give this a shot. And if it's something that we can do, we'll definitely, you know, make it part of our program. I think that was, you know, something that we kind of realized after, you know, after trying that and after trying to switch that schedule up, that we kind of came to the realization that the historic schedule that they had worked on before, you know, we started doing this, before I started doing this, was kind of the schedule that is the easiest and most consistent to maintain and plan around.
Makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
I just wonder, I don't want to overcomplicate this policy, but you know, given the vagaries, whatever, the way Mother Nature behaves, do we want to make a note here that if ice in the Royer Gulch Cliff area isn't a problem, that we would prioritize Ophir? Or does that just so seldom happen that it's not even worth noting?
I think there's enough flexibility in this because we do say that in low snow years, and
Yeah.
we may coordinate, you know, and we might, this schedule, it still may fluctuate. These are, you know, and I know that even talking with Uray County or San Juan County and even Dolores County for the Norwood Dolores Road, each year we kind of, you know, we're playing it as it goes, just whatever Mother Nature has given us to work with from that previous season and that spring as well. And
What I'm saying is that all things being equal, we would prioritize Tomboy Road over Town of Ophir. Is that not true?
I think we have over 50 years of experience.
Yeah.
Out of those 50 years, how many times is there not ice in that section? Because you and I spoke at length about the danger concern that you have for your operators and equipment.
yeah,
And I don't want to, the whole purpose of this is to provide clarity to the residents, whether it's what they want to hear or not.
yeah,
But not to include a vagary of maybe this, maybe that. That's kind of where we've been, is
Yeah.
maybe this, maybe that. This isn't, the intention of this is to say, here's what we're gonna do. If something crazy happens, like Ophir has way more snow and Tomboy for some magical reason got very, very little. That's an anomaly.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
No,
After
that's-
50 years, that happened maybe once.
That's
out of
accurate.
50. We're not, I want to make sure the board knows this is almost certainly the order that we're gonna go in. And I want to modify it on this document, not to say we'll go either or, but to say unless something extraordinary has happened in our weather patterns, this is the process.
these are
I think that's fair, Mike. I do. Let's not set up false expectations.
Okay,
Let's,
thank you.
yeah, thank you for that. Just wanted to throw it out as a. It's really, okay.
Okay. So yeah, so that, yeah, that's the goal, is to get to Imogene and then focus on Black Bear. And then like even this year, you know, we were looking at potentially having Black Bear open the week before, but with the fire, with other things that have occurred now, we had to pull off of that plan. And we're definitely not going to get Black Bear open until after the 4th. And that's, in communicating with San Juan County, we're both consistent on that this year. They had some challenges on their side as well. Neither one of us have been able to make it up there. So in high snow years, it says in the policy, in high snow years, openings may be delayed. In low snow years, the county may coordinate with the Forest Service and adjacent counties to consider whether it's possible to open passes early, and with consideration given to each county depending on conditions. And typically San Juan County and Uray County make it to the pass. They make it to their side before we do. Our side is a little bit, it's different, and we get different snow loads and different challenges, and you know, we're a little bit behind them. And that's doesn't seem to be changing. So the established order of opening, depending on road conditions, is Last Dollar Road, Ophir Road, then Tomboy Road to the town of Tomboy, Imogene Pass, and then Black Bear Pass. And we have a note here. There is a note in here. It says Bridal Veil Road, the lower section from the jurisdiction change or from the mine up to the powerhouse. That's typically been cleared out by the Idorado mine, and that's because they need access to the facility up there. And moving forward, we might have to revise that if for some reason that they change their operation plans and they don't need to get up there, then that might be delayed, because that's in the past that has historically been cleared by the mine, but it's not. I know it says it's their responsibility, but it's only been that because they've requested permission to do so. So I just wanted to.
So is that responsible inaccurate?
I would just say it's more it's more just on their current operations, on their that they clear to that powerhouse, because there's certain things that they have to do before the road melts to get the water working, and turn valves and get things done up there. And so each year we've issued them a permit to clear that section of road up to the powerhouse. The town has a lower section, but it doesn't really impact the opening of the road as much as what the work that the mine does on the switchbacks.
But they have a permit to do that work.
They have a
So
permit.
are the ones that are responsible for it. I think we can.
Or maybe we just say Idorado is permitted by the county to clear this section.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I just wanted to that they're yeah, it's not their obligation. They're not required to do it. There's not a requirement. I guess I just wanted to, just for clarity.
Great conversation.
And then we put Beaver Park Road in here, and that was primarily because it is mentioned in the travel management plan. It is one of the ones we get questions about, and it is one of the areas that's controlled by gates. And so that gate, in the past, historically, we haven't done much over there other than just communicate with the Forest Service on when the gates are open and when the roads are passable.
I know, we did in the original draft of this, have the Beaver Park Road in this note, but then I see that we've added it under gates, and I
Okay.
don't think we need it twice, we could probably pull it right out of it.
Okay. We can do that.
And then yeah, I have a question for the team here. Are there any other kind of roads that are used by jeepers and outfitters and passes and so forth that we haven't mentioned here? Is this a
I
comprehensive
added
list?
Norwood Dolores Road. It's a question. If we're gonna talk about Beaver Park Road, I think that's another relevant connection to a different county.
Yep.
We might want to talk about.
Okay, and would that be under gates management?
We don't have a gate on there. I know that Dolores County has requested to put gates up to control their section. The portion of the road that gets dangerous and impassable is primarily in Dolores County. We communicate with them on the closure, and we don't maintain a section of the road that's in our county. And then just by default, when the snow gets to a certain point, it just becomes impassable, and it's over the snow travel from that point on. But yeah, like in this last year, it didn't. We never received enough snow for that road to even close. That road remained open the entire winter this last year just because of the weather. But historically in the past, it's usually been, right around after Thanksgiving, and then it doesn't typically open again until April.
Right,
And then-
you mentioned that Dolores County would like to put a gate up on their side for that road. Is that something that you would support?
Oh, yeah, we have mentioned to them. I mean, it would be at the county line, and there's a turnaround there, and we've mentioned to them that we have no issue if they chose to do that. We would just communicate, if they did choose to swing the gates at an earlier date, then we would communicate that the Dolores Road section was closed.
Is that something that will provide benefit to our travelers as well? The
Um,
reason I ask is I know Dolores County is in incredible financial straits right now, and nowadays they're dealing with these massive fires, and so I could foresee them not being able to afford the manpower supplies to do it, which then brings me back to, is it something that we feel is a benefit enough to both counties that we would take the lead on?
I think the benefit for us is to
would it protect our road in some of those years when it's wet and people are getting up there?
If we place the gate in our county, we could place it in our county at our before the county line, and then it would protect the road. But where the gate would be located, it really wouldn't have any impact on us, more of just our cooperation, with our adjacent county to make sure that we're communicating and working well with them on their travel, on their plan for their roads.
You let Brian talk to the road bridge supervisor, and come back with correction. Or how do you do this?
It sounds like an issue that they've brought up either informally or over the years, but we
Yep.
haven't really come to a conclusion. What I hear Mike saying is that if it is important to them, we might extend a little good neighbor
Support, yeah.
and do the deed for them and save them the expense and the manpower. And it might,
Or maybe
Save
they could
us.
provide the manpower if we could help them some supplies, if we have a used gate or something.
however that
Yep.
works out. Yeah, let's make that offer. Does that sound good to you, Commissioner?
I would be willing to support them in any way that, yeah, and if we do, whatever we can do to help out there.
Speaking of gates, and Meganina, you may want to unmute for this, I don't know. I'm reading about the Black Bear Gate is only closed during emergency access. And I'm wondering if that's deliberate because the gate is low on the pass, or if there's a gate at the crest of the pass that we use to prevent people from coming down a roadway that we haven't cleared yet. So maybe my ignorance, I've only been over Black Bear once, it was a long time ago, and it was a one-time experience. I would much rather walk that or ride it with a bicycle than in a vehicle. At any rate, help me understand the Black Bear Gate situation.
So the location of the Black Bear Gate, it's on a cliff section where it's the only place where it's extremely difficult to circumvent that gate.
Okay.
If it's at the pass, there's a lot of areas where people can braid around it, and they can find a way around snowfields around that. So that gate, it typically keeps traffic just from getting to the pass. And in previous years, the snow typically gets to the point where you can't even get to the gate to swing it. It's very similar to some of the other gates that we have where we swing them in the springtime when we could get there. Over road's very similar the same way. When the snow recedes to that point, we can close it, and then it remains closed until we can get up and get over cleared. And the San Juan National Forest had managed that gate, and so they typically dealt with that, and that was in San Juan County. So we didn't really have a lot of say or feedback or anything out of the operation of that gate. The only time we had ever asked them to close that gate, and when we had closed that gate, was when there was an incident on our side, and they had to recover a vehicle, or there was an issue on our side that we really didn't want people coming in, and then so we would communicate with San Juan County, and then they could close that gate, keep people from coming up to the pass.
Okay, so it sounds like the system in place works well for both.
It does. And then later on in here, there's some, as far as signage, I had added some things too. So that's typically on Black Bear, on the gate on Black Bear works.
Thank you.
Commissioner Waring, I know you had called on Megan now. I see she's unmuted and ready to speak.
All right. Ryan, would you mind if we went to Meganina and just
Nope, not at all.
her input, since you've given us a lot to think about? And
Okay.
we'll give Megan a chance to respond and see if there's any other thoughts she has.
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah,
morning,
thank you.
Megan.
I didn't mean to interrupt. I just responded to the call that we might need you. So thanks for letting me jump in. I have a couple of thoughts for you. One is that I have total confidence in Ryan and his road crew in terms of how they make their decisions on where to work, when, and why. And they're doing that predominantly because they're trying to manage their schedule, which is packed, and keep their operators safe while they're out there. And I know that there can be a lot of dissection of those decisions, like, well, if you did it slightly in this way, maybe there would have been this small benefit. But it's kind of an average across a whole year that we're trying to make make these sorts of decisions. And so I feel like we're in really, really good hands when it comes to our high country pass management. And if you were to sit in any one of my staff meetings, you would know we spend a lot of time talking about gates. Are they in the right place? Who's going to open and close them? Does it need to be maintained? And it's another one of those very, very imperfect scenarios, and we're doing the best that we can. But more gates is very rarely the answer because people will find a way around them and put themselves into precarious and unsafe situations if we're just not able to stay on top of our gate management. And so I've been kind of on the side as you guys have navigated this decision because in many ways it's your county constituents' expectations around this road work that you're trying to honor and meet. And it occurred to me today, I was like, why is this sitting a little uncomfortably with me? And I realized it was because we're potentially trying to restrict public access to public lands to manage private landowner expectations about what's happening in their community. And that is a very, very tough line to walk. And I don't want to be putting ourselves in a position where the county or the community expects you're going to change how the public can access their public lands to manage my comfort. And so I think sometimes I work very, very hard to maintain good relationships, not sometimes all times, because I want to understand how people are being affected when public lands are in their backyard. And there are often ways we can work together to minimize that. But there is a line in the sand that I think we just need to be able to be aware of when we're stepping on either cross of it, in terms of whose rights or access are we managing or limiting or restricting or protecting, and how are we prioritizing that? And I don't think there's one perfect answer. I wanted to put that thought into the room because it's my responsibility to manage public access to public lands. And I think we've done a pretty good job of hearing these concerns and attempting to address them in a way that isn't restrictive. And I think that there's probably some negotiation that can be done on day to day. There's not one right solution, but I did want to put that out there. And I think that for the community of Ophir especially, because that is a primary access route to the forest, it's used by a user group that's very obvious, the 4x4 community. I don't know if this is a question that people are going to be like, I can't believe you asked that. We've already been through this. Is there an opportunity to build a secondary route to get people around the community and not right through the middle of it? And that may have been explored in the 60s and I'm not aware of it. But it is something I was going to sit with my staff and take a look at the maps and just be like, is there a way that we can still provide this public access and potentially minimize traffic in the town of Ophir? And that's one of the few places that may be an option. When I think about communities like Trout Lake or the folks that live around Hope Lake, it's like this access is unlikely to be able to be built around, but Ophir may be different. So we'll put that on a shelf and maybe explore it later. And then I'll just pause because I realized when I think and talk at the same time, I take up a lot of time. So I apologize. But if you have questions for me that are specific about, yeah, the high country passes and where we're at, I'd be happy to answer them right now.
Megan, I have a question in response to your first point regarding public access and various user groups and citizens' rights. And I'm curious if there's anything in this document that you are concerned with that we need to discuss, or if you just wanted to bring up that as a philosophical point. What I see in this document is really codifying kind of the historical way that we've done this for a long time, with some flexibility to allow Ryan and his crew to respond to not only Mother Nature, but their own internal scheduling and needs. So if there's a concern that you see, let's talk about it now.
Concern in this document. I think that it is very true to the way that we have done our work historically and are likely to going to have to continue to do that work. I think it was really what brought that to the forefront of my mind was what brought us to this conversation to begin with, which is this idea: can you rank your work in a different way to minimize, the impacts of public use in my community? And I know that we're going to get that question again and again. And I think as a group, we're going to have to navigate it because it may not just be about high country pass management, but future recreation developments in the community. So just to be clear, there's nothing in this document that I have concerns about. I think it's very reflective of the way that we do our work and are likely to continue to do it.
Thank you. Ryan, I see your hand up.
Yeah, just, thank you, Megan. That was good. But yeah, I was just going to add to that as far as the evolution of the gates and how they've kind of been added through time is that these gates have been placed, you know, in cooperation with the Forest Service and they're to help manage traffic really with the travel management plan that the Forest Service has. And so if it's a county gate and if we put the gate there and then we swing it, then there's a process that we have to do that. That's the statutory process to be able to close that gate. So it does add some challenge. So that's where the gates that we have that are part of this plan, they really work with the travel management plan
They're all Forest Service.
together. Yeah. So they have to be conjoined.
Tell me more about, if we put in a gate as the county, there's a statutory process for opening and closing. Tell me more about that.
So there's a statutory process and we've worked with Maura and I mean, with the previous county attorneys on closing a public road. And there's very specific reasons why we can do it and there's limited times that we're allowed to do it. And so we've been, you know, very careful to try to make sure that we stay within the confines of the statute, but we've been able to put, you know, either closures or you know, gates up. One of the gates is the most recent one that we did was at the Idorado mine, and we did that in cooperation with the town of Telluride. And that was to give them the ability to put a gate on the road to control traffic on a county road that is part of their permit. And it was to keep traffic out of a certain area mainly for damage to the road was the primary reason.
So I think what you're saying is you can't just put a gate up willy-nilly. It
Yeah.
has to be, yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
You know how thorough I am, I'm sorry, but I've learned a lot today from this conversation. And Megan, I really appreciate the context that you provide, just reminding us about providing public access to public lands. And so I'm wondering if we might just split out or create a new section in here that says something about considerations. So that should the public ever refer to this document, they are reminded about all of the kind of considerations that we have to balance. And we already have some in here, like this, whether it's a high snow year or a low snow year. Ryan mentioned also complying with US Forest Service travel management plans were applicable. Managing costs and county costs and crew safety, and then obviously providing public access to public land. So is that too much, or do you think that would help people understand kind of all that goes into not only our policy considerations or decisions, but also like our, on the ground work process and workflow considerations?
I think that's I would agree that I think that would be good to help them understand the concept of why this is there, of why this would.
We do have looking at the bottom of page 2, I believe, bottom of page 1, considerations for opening. And the bullet points listed there, 4 of them.
Yeah.
Include pretty much what you just said with the exception of public access to public lands. I would be happy to add another bullet point there at the bottom.
Yeah.
And make that a list of 5, but I think that list really covers everything that you just mentioned.
One thing is that I agree with you, thank you for pointing that out. Crew safety is something I don't see in here yet. And so maybe just add that to the 3rd bullet,
Sure.
because that's a huge concern of ours.
And cost, I think, is another,
Yeah, and cost.
Issue.
Okay.
and we
So
could,
add that there.
that would include wear and tear on a
Mhm.
piece of equipment if it has to go up and down Tomboy twice as opposed to once. And there's certainly some chess that Ryan plays every sprint trying to figure that out.
Do you think that
Okay.
covers the cost?
I'm just adding machinery and, I already added the crew safety, but,
Thanks,
and,
Mike.
cost. Of,
Well, Ryan, I'm generally impressed and content with this document. It feels like you've captured what needs to be captured and given us something that I don't see a whole lot more we need to address. Commissioner Brown, I know you are noted for being thorough. Do you have anything else you'd like to add?
I just wondered if we wanted to specify consistently in here who opens the gates. It's noted in some places and not in others, so we
Hmm.
just kind of clean that up. And then I also noticed, Brian, as you mentioned, when can we swing a gate, and you mentioned, when we can get there, right, when there's no snow. But let's see, Tomboy Road, our Telluride side, it says the gate is closed in the fall after the first substantial snow or after 11:30.
Yes.
Is there a reason that all of these gates aren't closed after the first substantial snow and that it's sort of the opposite, it's closed when the snow melts, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And that primarily that's because we can access the gate, that lower gate. And that with that southern aspect, even if we've been getting consistent snows, a lot of times the snow to that lower gate on right above the town of Telluride here, we can access that gate almost year round. And then as soon as you start up above that, but that portion is under the forest closure where vehicular traffic isn't allowed. So that's why we will close that one because the road's still passable and people will still continue to drive that. We can swing that gate on 12-1.
Is there a reason that the Ophir gate at the town of Ophir isn't handled in the same way?
Typically by 12-1, we can't drive to the gate in Ophir. Yeah.
Alright, so that's all good,
If we
But I think
can,
it's important to note that the overpass is under a different level of
That's true.
treatment plan. And does not act the same way as the seasonal closure does on Imogene.
okay.
Yeah,
Makes a lot of sense.
yeah, Ophir Road is not included in the soft roadbed closures restriction.
We have looked into that on the Forest Service side. I do believe that was just an oversight. And so
Okay.
for the purposes of consistency, I think we're all on the same page that we're going to manage those soft roadway closure gates for Ophir in the same way that we do the high country passes. There's no reason to treat it differently. And so I think that was just an oversight. And at some point we'll have enough of a list to warrant modifying the travel management so that it's consistent. As you can imagine, though, those travel management plans usually last decades. We very rarely print new maps, and so there isn't a rush to get it updated because communicating that to the public effectively would require a new round of map printing, which we do like once every 10 years. And so, but I'm aware that was just an oversight on the soft roadbed closures, and then when we do a travel management plan, we will update it to be consistent, and in the meantime, we'll manage it consistently.
So then, Megan, if we're getting down to nuts and bolts, at the top of page 2, where it says that gate will be swung closed when it's accessible in the spring, are you suggesting that it could be closed or should be closed after the first substantial snowfall?
That particular gate, usually after the first substantial snowfall, you can't get to it. So the pass is closing itself. Those gates are most useful in the spring for when the lower country starts to melt out and we want to keep people out of the high country. I don't typically spend much time worrying about gates in the fall and the winter because the passes are self-closing, and it's very rare that we have such low snow in the winter that it's an issue.
That makes perfect sense, okay. And then I just also wanted to talk about whether we need a gate at the top of Imogene because of, the incident that occurred last week. And I'm a little unclear whether the driver missed the sign in Uray County, is that right? There was a sign that said the pass is not, or the road is not open on the San Miguel County side? Or did it just, I don't know, what did that sign say? And even if the sign said the right thing, is it going to be overlooked, and therefore do we need a gate at the top, just as we decided last time to put a gate at the top of Overpass? So I'd love to hear your views on that.
So after that incident, we've been in contact with Uray County. We actually met with Uray County Sheriff and our sheriff, as there was some miscommunication. A lot of that was the motorists not doing their due diligence of actually checking the difference between Uray County's website and our website to get the actual up-to-date information, and going with information that they thought was accurate for an entire roadway, even though the jurisdiction had changed. So they went off of Uray County's website, which said that Uray County's road was open, even though it says there's a link in there that says that you need to check with San Miguel County for the status of theirs. And it said that, I know that on their Facebook page, which was different from the roadbook page, it did say that there was, that the road on our side was closed, but that information is out there. In order to get all of the information, you have to go to multiple different places. And so that was, I think, added to some of that misunderstanding. And so one thing that I did do is after that incident was, in speaking with Ty Barger over in Uray County, was we're gonna do something very similar. And I did add that to the plan. Since that happened, I went into the Google Doc and added that. I didn't know if the changes had showed up here or not. But so for Tomboy, it's east of the town of Tomboy. Uray County will place barricades and a road closed sign at the pass. San Miguel County will remove the barricades and the pass is cleared and open. So we did add that since then. And then also, as far as signage, we have here signs is that pass closed at San Miguel County line signs will be placed in San Juan and Uray County, giving motorists advance warning signs. So similar to what we had talked about, when we ordered the sign for San Juan County to put at the bottom of Ophir, we're going to put those at all of the locations so that they're just flip signs. It's going to be easier. And then that way their county, they don't have to get off road. They'll just flip the sign when the pass is closed and it's not open on our side. Then the motorists, they're advised of that as soon as they start that route. And so that's something that we're going to work on and we get in place by the end of this summer. We're going to get some signs ordered so they're ready to go by the springtime, but for next year.
That's plan and probably easier to execute than getting way up there to open and close gauge and
Yes.
advanced notice to drivers, all that motor. So that's great.
Yes, and we've we built barricades so that they can be placed up at the top with those signs, and we're just going to supply those to those counties so they don't have to use any of their own resources other than the manpower that they have that's already up there when they get to that point.
That sounds really wise, Ryan. It
Yeah.
sounds like it will eliminate the problem that we had last week.
Hopefully it'll mitigate some of it.
That we had with their administration, road and bridge, and sheriff's office, we issued a joint press release to explain to the public how that miscommunication or misunderstanding of the motorist happened and what we're going to do to address them moving forward.
One idea that I'm sure you came up with in your conversation was on the Uray County website to add a sentence saying pass is open to the Uray County line, but not over the pass into San Miguel, and just have all that information in one click so people don't have to double down.
Yeah.
The other factor is, as you know, somebody's 17 miles into a pass, they would really want to finish it.
They're committed.
So that's a great idea. We did talk about that, but I'll make sure that that's followed through.
Seems reasonable.
If us, as all of the different agencies that are working on these passes between Hinsdale and San Juan and Uray and us, it's important as long as our information is consistent. The one thing we can't control is social media, and people post their own. They post their own information or they post their understanding of something, and it'll go out. And then that kind of gets disseminated as quickly as any of our information does. So that can add to the challenges of it. But as long as we're all consistent, then it should help, at least alleviate some of that misunderstanding.
What's the San Juan Alpine Loop website established to be a single source of this information?
So
It is,
It
okay.
is, but I did corroborate because I went immediately. Kate Hobson, she's out of Lake City and manages it, the website. It's just the Alpine Loop. It's alpineloop.info.
Not us.
They are talking just about the Alpine Loop proper. That is in San Juan and Hinsdale counties. They do not talk about all of our other passes. I said it would be really helpful if you did. They said essentially no, we want it to be focused just on that. And because I said you're saying on your website the Alpine Loop's open, but Imogene isn't, and Ophir isn't, Black Bear isn't. They said no, those are not. We're talking about just the loop itself.
It's
Yeah.
a specific route.
Correct.
It is.
Interesting. Why were we involved with that then if it isn't in San Miguel?
Because the original intent was going to be to address the tendrils to come off of the loop into all the other counties.
So,
And we do have info on there that they can get information about our other passes and access to other counties. But I agree that that is another potential point of misinformation for folks.
Yeah. so that line, providing, that's what I had a highlight on that one to ask a question, because that's something we haven't done in the past. So are we gonna, is that something that you, okay. So, yep, okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask Kate to add a disclaimer that their information, and when they post the loop open, that does not include any other pass information that have to go to those other counties for.
That's great.
and so, and just under that, for the next, on the next bullet points, alert public by social media, SMC and Road and Bridge. So Ashley, she has a group email that she sends out. And so anybody that wants to be part of that is, and it's easier for us if people contact us and they say, hey, we would like to get that information, and then we can add them to that list rather than, us trying to figure out who may want that and then just sending that information out. So anybody that wants that information, anytime we make an update or anytime that there's a change in status, then we'll post that to our website. But then she also sends out that email blast that goes out to that group. So we're going to make sure that, that we have everybody, that list, we have everybody on the list that we, currently have. But if anybody else, and we can put that on the website too, if you want to be included in this, just give us your information and we can add your contact to it. And then that would be the easiest way for us to get that out to everybody.
Okay, so we had suggested in this draft that our communications coordinator do that, but you already have that set up.
We have an email group already, and we can share that with Megan. And
Probably it's cleaner to just keep it in Road and Bridge, or what do you guys think? No?
I think people go to numerous different sources for their info, so however we can mirror that info across all platforms. For Megan to be mirroring what
Yep.
Ashley's sending out would be helpful.
But it says in here that our communications coordinator will develop and maintain an email list. We don't need a second email list, so I think you'll just include her on those
Yep.
emails.
I'll include her on that.
That sub bullet about the communications coordinator.
Okay,
While we're doing that, I see
we'll
Megan,
include the communications quarter.
and I see Megan's hand is up. Did we touch on?
Yeah. I wanted to offer that we are also beneficiaries of Ashley's email to let us know when the pass is open on the county side. What we're always going to struggle with consistent public information, and right now the Forest Service website sends them to the county web pages to say check both sides. But it's also in fairness to the general public, asking a lot of them to know which county this road is in and to remember to check both. And I could offer to try to be the central repository of both of those updates. It just means I'm going to have to work a little more closely with both counties to get that information so that our website will say when the pass is open in its entirety. Because right now each county is only reporting on their half of the pass, and that might be adding to the confusion. So while I can offer that, I will also tell you that the general public doesn't go to the Forest Service webpage first because we're not known for being up to date and accurate. Full disclosure. And so we can start to do that and send people that way. But it is always going to be a struggle. But right now we are asking the public to know a lot more than is probably fair. Which two counties do I need to visit? Where is that web page at? And unless they're a regular user, they're going to struggle with that.
I think that the offer is valid. We'll take it, even though you're not known for accuracy and up to dateness. You got a lot of smiles over that one.
We'll try harder. And we have a new
Yeah.
public affairs person who is wonderful, and he will help keep me accountable. And so I believe we can do better.
You are up to date and accurate, Megan, but your organization is large and ponderous.
Yes.
The other thing that I heard during our conversation was just the physical barriers that are at the top of Overpass and soon to be at the top of Imogene Pass.
Yes.
And I think that along with all the different sources that we're trying to clarify, codify, is the best we can do. Unfortunately, we are crossing jurisdictions and it's complicated. I hope that we can get our neighboring counties to add that sentence in their information saying pass is open on our side, but not on their side. And I don't care if it says San Miguel County or just on the other side, but as long as we can try to give people one click, that seems like the best we're gonna get.
Agreed.
Ryan, I have a question about the second bullet, which is something that was added to your kind of duties in terms of communication. A high country pass table, which I know Uray County has, Mike, is that where we say?
You and Ryan had and Ashley had looked at that table and had some accessibility concerns. I don't know if you're able to work with Katie Nation Ramirez on
I haven't, to be totally honest, no, we
Yeah.
haven't. I know that that originally when that came up, we did send that and it was,
Would you please follow up with Katie to see if she could make a table such as that accessible? I know your staff was having difficulty with that, but she was a little more advanced in those realms, so maybe she can.
Just
Okay.
did my accessibility update yesterday and she's on it.
okay.
And then, so that's, so I think we've agreed that's gonna happen, even though it needs an additional step. And I wondered, we had written in here weekly updating it, but I wonder if that should just be like when status changes, which is what you're doing on all the other notifications. Does that make sense, or is weekly more reasonable? I just have no idea, you know.
Well, if I would, if there's nothing, if there's no update,
Yeah.
then we won't post an update.
Okay.
But
as
if,
status changes.
yeah, I was thinking it would be more of just as the status changes, then it might be 2 weeks. You know, a lot of times when we get up there, you know, once we start over, there won't be a change for a couple weeks, and then then there'll be a change, and we'll be starting on air. There'll be a pretty quick change. You know, once we start Tomboy to the town of Tomboy, and then there might be a couple weeks from when we get to Tomboy to Imogene.
As status
so-
changes makes sense.
Yeah, so as the status changes.
That's fair. Then this list at the bottom was sort of like a brainstorm Mike and I had, post alerts when, and this is a lot. I wonder if that makes sense to your team or not.
And I don't know if the
Um,
word alert is the right thing, because often we think of that as SMC. alerts.
Yeah, but this is like when we know we're gonna be getting clearing, when it'll be open tomorrow. I mean, I don't know if this is, you know, your job is taking care of the roads and, is this already when, is this a list of like when status changes, or is this more than you would normally send out for alerts?
So I mean, in the past, we've notified like the town of Ophir, or we've notified some of the Jeep companies that have reached out to us and just kind of asked us our status. And, but it's not something that we put out in like a major blast everywhere. I think one of my concerns is if we get started on that and then it gets disseminated as, oh, you know, they're working on the pass turns into, you know, now the road's going to be open. And so, in the past, we've just kind of communicated that to specific people that have asked, or like the town of Ophir. And we said, hey, just to let you guys know, we're going to be up there and we're going to start working on next week. But it's not something that we've shared with everybody.
So let's go through that list, just cross off the ones that you think are not smart and reasonable.
Um,
Or do we even need this list?
I
If
think,
we just say when status changes, is that sufficient?
we definitely do it when the pass is open. We typically don't do it to say the pass will be open tomorrow.
Okay.
But yeah, when the
But
pass
I might
is still,
suggest that we not communicate publicly when we start clearing
Yeah.
the pass.
Yeah.
Because I think that creates an expectation that,
Yeah.
okay, I'm gonna plan my trip for the following week.
yeah.
Totally. So cross off the first two.
Right?
I'm-
And I don't want to
Yeah.
use the word alerts. Is it?
We'll just put
Post
it on an
changes.
update. Yeah.
I think when status changes covers the one remaining bullet point.
I
which
think
is
so
the pass
too.
is open.
I think, yeah, I don't,
And
yeah,
Ryan, if you need to want to continue that historic information sharing
Yep.
with interested parties, I think you should. But
Yep.
I don't think we need to codify that. That feels like something that you do as a courtesy.
so,
Yeah, and I know that, I mean, typically it's been, in the past, it's been the town of Ophir, or it's been, you know, one of the Jeep companies, just kind of, just wondering so that they could just get an idea of when they could start.
Sure.
And we'll give them, you know, like daily updates, you know, on where we're at, or just to kind of help them plan. We did that with John Duncan this year, and I know he appreciated that.
that seems like it's just being a good neighbor and keeping folks that
Yeah.
really care in the loop, but I agree with you, Ann, that we don't wanna set the public up with expectations that, for whatever reason, aren't met, whether it's an equipment failure or it's now an unexpected
Yeah.
snack.
Yeah.
I think we've done some great work here. So I would love to review it again before we have another work session.
Sure.
And, just workshop it as we do. Is that okay? And then we'll.
It remains in Google Docs, and I would just ask, because we would like to. I don't know when your desire is to, bless this policy. I know we weren't discussing it as a policy adopted by resolution, but one that would remain on the road grid website and publicly accessible, that we could share with communities. So is there a date by when you would like this? Then I'm gonna give you a few.
Seems like July 8th is our next regular meeting.
That's a special meeting, so you could,
We could adopt it.
yeah,
I think we would have to figure out before we adopt it, whether we can do that table or not.
okay.
And-
Maybe we push it to the 15th, which is our next regular meeting.
Okay.
And that way, if you have any changes by the 9th, that Thursday, we can incorporate them and include it in the packet for the 15th.
And I'll be out of the office next week.
Okay,
So does that give you enough time to work out the table situation with,
I can ask Ashley, but I mean, and then, yeah, she can call me, but I'll be on vacation.
be done for the night, so that we can, look at that.
basically, Ryan, that's your only, that's your main thing, is just having Ashley and you communicate with Katie. Is this possible? If it is not, is there some similar
Another
version of it
format.
that we could include? If the answer is no, then just let me know.
Okay.
And if the answer is yes, and then we'll figure out with Katie how to do that.
We'll
But
discuss
I
that
don't
with Katie
think that
today.
there's a whole lot that you need to be doing. You don't need to come
Okay.
out of your vacation to,
Okay.
you could do this today.
Yep. Yeah, we'll definitely reach out to Katie and see if there's a format that is accessible that we could put that into that's easily legible for the public.
Great.
Thanks. And I do, because the
Awesome.
social media came up, I do want to share with you, Jared sent me a post of a gentleman from a different country riding his motorcycle down Black Bear 2 days ago.
Yeah.
And sadly, now I suspect we're gonna see a lot more motorcyclists or other people going, oh wow, he was able to do it. So even if it's not open, I mean, the road was clearly snowed in
Yeah.
certain sections, and he took great risk to try and continue doing it. And I don't want to see us on search and rescue missions. I don't know if there's any way to address.
So, well, I know that for the motorcycles, it's really difficult, and they're the only ones that can really circumvent that gate up there. I know that on Monday I contacted, especially after this fire, our plan was to go up and start working on Black Bear. I talked to San Juan County last week to kind of let them know what our plans were, and they had said that they hadn't had a chance to get to Black Bear, so their road on their side was still closed as well as our side. And so when Monday came along, I contacted them, and we couldn't, just to let them know that our plans were changing because 550 was closed and we couldn't even move the dozer. And so they were under the understanding that Black Bear, the gate was still closed. We got some information that somebody had opened the gate, and so they went up to check the gate, and somebody had, we don't know if they changed the lock or how, but somebody had opened the gate, and so vehicles were coming over and they were coming down onto our side. The snow, with that warm weather, the snow had been melting pretty quick, and I think people were getting through the snow. We still haven't had a chance to check the roads on our side to see how they're getting through, but they were San Juan County this
From this
morning.
guy's video, you can see there's still boulders and switchbacks and stuff that we need to.
Can I make a suggestion that when one of us just stumbles on a post like this, that we share it with Ashley? And then she could comment on that post on behalf of the Road and Bridge Department, that this road is actually not open, please refer to XYZ webpage for, information when it is open or something like that.
Yep, and that's
I don't expect Ashley to be homing Facebook for silly people's posts, but if we know about one, let's at least have her respond.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, because that's how it starts. Someone puts a post out like that. But they're San Juan County, just to let you guys know, they were this morning going up and they were going to sweep the basin, Black Bear Basin, make sure nobody's in there. Then they were going to go back and close and lock the gate on their side. And one of the primary reasons is because of the fire. And with the closure of 550, the Google Maps was routing people over Black Bear. And so, yeah, so we wanted to make sure that and we went up and posted a barricade. We have the one-way only, do not enter sign on our side, so the signs are up. And we do have a barricade that says road closed on our side. And then they're closed on their side. So it should be, at least for now, it should be closed.
Yeah, I'm afraid we can't legislate away foolhardy or stupidity, but we'll do our best.
We'll do our best.
Mr. Tooley, did you
There
have
were-
another comment?
On this, reminding the driver that this is closed, this is really dangerous.
Good, good.
Great.
Yep. I have been guilty of that psychology of driving in the backcountry and getting into a rough road, and it gets a little bit rougher and a little bit rougher on many occasions, including this last week, and have not yet needed a search and rescue. Not yet. Although as I age, that's probably likely to happen at some point. Just briefly on is Megan still here? Or did she
Double
sign
check.
up?
Megan is no longer with us.
We have had to jump off.
Yep. Well then, do a quick edit here. I wanted to bring up the subject of dispersed camping on these high country routes, and if there is opportunities to expand that, or to manage it better.
That's not something that Road and Bridge would be, if there was a plan for dispersed camping through the Forest Service and
That's a
then
Megan question.
through our agreement with them as far as road maintenance or access to an area, then we would work with them on that for sure.
So typically you would be responsible for the route itself, not any, typically in a Forest Service situation, you can camp up to 300 feet off the route.
Yeah.
You would typically not be responsible for that.
We would not be. Our agreement with the Forest Service, our Schedule A agreement with the roads is primarily strictly with road maintenance and the activities that are defined as part of that, just maintaining that.
But theoretically, that would not be impossible for Road and Bridge to do it if it was funded through either a local or other
Yes,
channel.
Mr. Tooley, I think what Ryan's saying as clearly as he can is that camping is a Forest Service issue and roads are his bailiwick.
The only campground currently that we have an agreement with, specifically this included is Woods Lake. And we do go in there and repair some of the potholes, or we do some minor work in the Woods Lake campground area.
And the Forest Service funds that.
No, the Forest Service, it's covered under our Schedule A agreement.
Right.
State.
Yes. As a payment in lieu of taxes. Is that the Schedule A?
No, Schedule A just means that we just include those road miles as part of our road system. And then because of the level of those roads, we actually get pennies on the dollar, but that's how we get the funding for that.
I would also just add, because our high country passes are often in areas of tundra. I suspect that the Forest Service is not going to be in favor of expanding dispersed camping in areas like that, given the potential for environmental damage. But again, that's a conversation for the Forest Service that we would have.
Well, it's location by location. Yeah, I don't know, when it comes to publishing this information, the motor vehicle use map is that standard document. I assume that's what Megan was referring to when she talked about the 10-year publication cycle. But I would imagine that increasingly access to that is online. I've just been updating myself with it, but
it is online, and I do know that they have free handouts at the Forest Service office in Norwood.
yes, but it could be up, that might be a 10-year-old.
I don't, we would offer feedback if asked, as far as any revisions that they wanted to make on that plan. But ultimately, that comes down to the forest supervisor.
Yeah. And just to throw out a subject, I think it is worth consideration to have public access on the Telsky Road to the top of 10 area.
Again, a Forest Service question.
Yeah, that would be,
Yes, and we would have impact on that, the summer use agreement for that, for the Telsky area. The county citizens and the organization.
it's not, yeah, it's not a road that's currently in our Schedule A, and it's not a road that we currently have in our county system. So if that was something that the Forest Service had done as far as a trailer, it would probably be an addition. We would have to, yeah, that's something the commissioners would have to discuss with the Forest Service and include in the current Schedule A agreement that we have.
Then when it comes to the Dolores County route, and the funding issues there, I think there are a number of substantial issues on the drawing of those county boundaries. And this being one of them, various funding mechanisms, school districts, et cetera, that would merit, the redrawing of those boundaries to be more in line with, the realities of the landscape, and access times and whatnot. So you might, a number of things. So that might go to Montezuma County instead of just Dolores.
Yeah, I know that
Big
conversation has come up throughout the years.
Yeah. And I don't know what the critical mass is to make that happen at the legislature. But and then lastly, I would like to see that, and I just as a general rule find it too much of a hassle to go through the road policy through the packet. It's too hard to access things.
Okay, well, this was,
or direct tabs or something.
This is still in draft form, but it will
Yeah.
be on the
Yep.
Road and Bridge website as soon as we've got it kind of tightened up. And that was what the
You
conversation.
keep your comments.
I was gonna say, yeah, this one has my notes on it, but I'll be glad to make you one. Go upstairs, I can make a copy of it and get it to you.
Oh,
Why don't
thank
we
you.
wait till it's final?
Yeah,
Okay,
but right now we're still.
Well, it is a draft for comment.
Right.
Online's fine.
Sure.
It's just, it's a lot easier to access. As a citizen, I find that too burdensome. I rely on these conversations for my information.
understood.
That
would be
I
glad.
will make a
general-
copy. Thank you.
Reliable. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Hey,
All right, Commissioner Brown, with your approval, I'd like to move to item 10E and have our update with Lisa Poole because she's here and she's been waiting patiently. And then we'll move back to D. Does that work for you?
Agreement.
Great. Welcome, Lisa. Good morning. Thanks for coming up. It's good to see you.
And congratulations to the senator on the primary win. Thank you. So. Onward. Well, thank you for having me. Is Commissioner Gleason?
She is not with us today.
All right, so I guess it's always good to be here in San Miguel County. Good to see you. There's a lot going on, as you know, just by reading the news every day. I'll just share some kind of core updates for, San Miguel County, the public record and whatnot. So my name is Lisa Poole. I'm the Southwest Regional Director for Senator Hickenlooper, and I cover 11 counties in Southwest Colorado, which includes San Miguel County, but all the way up to Montrose County and Delta and Gunnison. So, and both federally designated tribes in Colorado. So where to begin? I could just choose the topics from basically a deck of cards. But I'll just start with voting. So the SAVE Act has been in the news a lot, and it is a big focus of President Trump in virtually every huge negotiation right now.
And I just want to make it clear that Senator Hickenlooper opposes the SAFE Act. And he has been consistently outspoken on that, because of, you know, it would disenfranchise voters. It's definitely a very like extremely rare event when a non-citizen votes in our elections, like so extremely rare. And it's certainly, there just seems to be a lot of political motive behind the bill. So he has spoken on the floor against the SAVE Act several times now. He has also, you know, there's a lot of attacks on mail-in voting systems in general. San Miguel County, along with every other county in Colorado, has been doing an excellent job of carrying out our election process, and mail-in voting has become a very celebrated piece of how we do our elections in Colorado. Of course, Senator Hickenlooper was governor then during the big rollout of the new system, and it's been working great. It's definitely a gold star system. So with President Trump's executive order from a few months ago, really, you know, figuring out a way, well, essentially under that executive order, the US Postal Service could refuse to deliver ballots to voters who were not included on like a federal mail-in voting list. And that would give the US Postal Service unprecedented and a very illegal role in our elections. So Senator Hickenlooper, along with several other Senate colleagues, have introduced several bills and have made several statements demanding just safe and fair and legal elections. For that specific piece, they demanded that the US Postal Service abandoned its rule to implement that executive order, and we saw in the courts, I guess yesterday, that it was deemed, a judge deemed it illegal. So it'll continue to be in the courts, but that's where it is right now.
Do we know if the Postal Service complied with the executive order, or have they yet in any way, shape, or form, or location?
No, I think they were probably in doing their internal process, like whenever there's an executive order, they start to like figure out how to roll it out.
Right.
But it has not actually, to my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, it hasn't actually happened anywhere in the country. They haven't like made actual moves to impact any state's primaries. And then Senator Hickenlooper, along with several other colleagues, introduced the bill to enshrine voting rights for Americans. It's called the Right to Vote Act. It would essentially enforce a person's right to vote by challenging any law that unduly restricts the ballot access. And then he has also introduced a bill to stop President Trump from using the military to interfere with elections, because that is also an open threat. Just last month, in response to a reporter asking whether he would send ICE or National Guard members to polling locations during the midterms, President Trump said he would just do anything necessary to make sure there are honest elections. So in response to that, the Protect Our Polls Act would restrict the deployment of military forces at polling locations. So that's all election voting stuff to protect our democracy. But I just had to start there. Of our primary. Let's see. I am also going to touch on immigration. So kind of hitting like, well, there's a lot of tough topics today, but immigration is certainly a huge focus of Senator Hickenlooper and our team. You know, our constituent affairs team is doing everything possible with individual casework whenever families reach out to us to help those who have been detained unlawfully, you know, without any kind of criminal background or anything like that. So just know that we behind the scenes are constantly working with families who are held in detention. Senator Hickenlooper has conducted ICE oversight visits at the facility in Aurora, the Geo ICE detention facility. He just did that over the weekend as well. And while he was there, he also met with a pastor from Greenwood Village who was facing deportation. And he risked going back to Uganda, where he would all but certainly face persecution for his political beliefs. So it's like there are many high profile cases where Senator Hickenlooper is stepping in and doing what he can to protect these people who have a right to be in our country. And lots of letters and a call to Kristi Noem back, you know, like there's just been it's been so constant. So happy to answer any questions there. And we've spoken in the past about how certain immigration policies have really helped Telluride and the San Miguel area with bringing people here and actually helping the economy here thrive. So it's a complex picture and we are doing everything we can right now. And it's tough, I would say. Switching to, and then side note, he's also spoken against the Iran war on the floor several times. Okay, switching to energy. That's like I know. It's like it's like there's so much to talk about, right? Yeah. So let's see. Energy and natural resources. So he's on the Energy and Natural Resources Committee. That's a huge focus. He's gonna continue to advocate for the CORE Act, the GORP Act, the Dolores NCA, you know, all of these great bills that are led by Senator Bennett. And since Senator Hickenlooper is on the ENR committee, he, you know, again, will do whatever possible. It's unclear whether a public lands package will actually come together by the end of the year. A lot of stars would need to align. I'll just put that. With Senator Mike Lee, you know, in charge of everything. Or chairing the committee, not in charge of everything. PILT funding came through for FY26, so we'll always continue to advocate for PILT. The wildfire season is definitely here, and the senator traveled to Grand Junction on Monday of this week to meet to receive the hearing on the Snyder fire. And of course, you know, mourn the loss of the 3 wildfire fighters. So our office will do whatever we can to ensure that whenever there's a wildfire, that the resources that are needed are being deployed. So if that is ever not the case, I always tell counties, municipalities, the Forest Service, whatever, like we are at sync, you know, we stand by ready to help. But so far with all of these fires, from what we're hearing, they're getting all the resources that they need. There's a lot that I could talk about for wildfire, but moving through to just kind of big picture budgets. I think the last few times we've, had conversations, we always reiterate how important it is just to fund the US Forest Service, the BLM, our land agencies, fund them fully so that they can carry out their mission. We're hearing that the US Forest Service has funding to carry out wildfire, response, but not necessarily all the mitigation work that needs to be done. And certainly not enough money for recreation. And certainly, it's like their budgets are so slim now. And whenever there's a budget hearing, Senator Hickenlooper will always advocate strongly, and has been, to fully fund the Forest Service, BLM, National Park Service, all that. He has voted against Steve Pierce, the BLM director, the BLM director nominee, for many reasons, but mainly he's just has many anti-public land stances. And then in the water world, we're experiencing such extreme drought that every piece of funding for reclamation and reclamation projects is hugely crucial. It's like, using every last drop wisely. So we were so glad to finally see the B2E funding released through the Bureau of Reclamation. Not every project that was originally awarded a year and a half ago received, was authorized to actually receive I should say they were approved to move forward in the process. They're still signing their contracts. But among those, we saw the Southwestern Water Conservation District get awarded their $25.6 million. So they're moving through with contracting. And Shoshone, that was a big win, and then Southern Ute received theirs. But again, they're just like moving forward now with contracting. So hopefully everything will go smoothly. And
Sorry, so did the administration pick and choose which contracts they would allow to move forward, even though those were funded by Congress?
yeah, so the program was funded by Congress.
Yes.
And then Reclamation awarded, they awarded 17 projects. And then, yes, so then all of those were held up, and then this administration chose which ones
Of the 17.
yeah, would get funded. So nothing was technically like there's no broken contract because none of them were contracted to start. But they do need to spend down that money for that was in the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, and then there are two important water bills that passed out of committee a few weeks ago. And that was the Water Project Navigators Act and so that one that would establish a new program at the Bureau of Reclamation to fund grant navigators who would help rural communities and tribes and states secure resources for projects that improve water efficiency, reduce water consumption, and enhance ecosystem resilience. And it's actually that Navigators program is inspired by the Colorado River District's what is it called? The Accelerator Grants program. So just as more resources for rural communities to actually get this money and carry it out. So that passed out of committee. It's wonderful. And the Snow Water Supply Forecasting Program Reauthorization Act also passed out of committee. And that one reauthorizes just what it sounds like, this really important snow water supply forecast program that advance snowpack monitoring technologies. So just overall water supply forecasting, which is hugely important right now.
Lisa, it's a good sign that it came out of committee because that means there was bipartisan support.
Yeah.
Do we have a sense just generally how the president feels about water bills?
I think, because it's so apolitical right now, I think that, but he just hasn't like dipped his fingers in it, you know?
That's on some level reassuring.
Yes,
Mhm.
yeah, and they are very bipartisan bills. Yeah, one of them, the snow water supply forecasting program one is co-led by Senator Curtis of Utah. And Congressman Hurd is one of the lead sponsors in the House. Along with Congressman Nagoose. And then the Water Project Navigators Act is co-led with Senator Moran of Kansas. Which also, yeah, it's just, water is still very bipartisan. We want to keep.
Thank goodness.
Yeah, I mean, look at the B2E effort, that when Senator Hickenlooper led the letter for the Colorado delegation, to sign on to it and send to the Trump administration, everyone got on it. It was a fully bipartisan letter. So again, water remains very bipartisan and it should always be that way. I will say that about many other issues that should be bipartisan, but yeah, for now, water still is. Okay, and I'm like skipping through stuff. Okay, lastly, so that's ENR. I'll touch on, since we're kind of on it, so the PHMSA meeting, we're still working to request a meeting with with PHMSA and.
That about the enterprise pipeline.
And I always have to make sure I have so I'll say the acronym, the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They are the ones that oversee all interstate pipelines. And so the purpose of requesting a meeting, so the purpose of the counties in Southwest Colorado, San Miguel, La Plata County, Montezuma County, and Dolores County. And I'm also hearing that there are some interested counties to the north, who might be interested in joining. But the purpose of this would be to learn more about PHMSA's oversight and actions on this 40-year-old pipeline that when it was first built was carrying condensate, and then only recently has started carrying gasoline and diesel. And then now we know that there was a spill in December of 2024 that leaked, as Enterprise Products has reported, the owner of the pipeline, they've reported 97,000 gallons. The Southern Ute Indian Tribe has now reported that, through their contracted water consultants, that it actually looks more than 200,000 gallons that were spilled down in the Southern Ute land in La Plata County. So while the meeting that we've requested, and when I say we, I mean like the counties are requesting it and I'm kind of helping to, get it going. It's not going to be on the spill itself because that is under the jurisdiction of CDPHE, the Colorado Department of Health. CDPHE, Public Health and Environment.
Yeah.
That's under the jurisdiction of CDPHE, but really PHMSA is the one, again, like they're investigating the spill, and we can ask, y'all can ask questions about their investigation into the cause of the spill and the failure of the leak detection system. But really it's going to be about the rest of the pipeline, not the cleanup. And then lastly,
I apologize. Were you able to, I know you poked Enterprise staff and I saw their response, had they ever confirmed a date?
they have not confirmed a date. So yeah, Commissioner Marcia Porter Norton of La Plata County sent in all the compiled questions more than 3 weeks ago now. So yeah, we nudged and they said they're still going through their approval process
Hmm,
in order to get it scheduled.
okay. Thank you.
We might just need to get louder and louder.
Yes, please.
Thanks for coordinating that.
Yeah,
Super helpful.
yeah, I understand there was a really good presentation at CCI on the spill itself. Were either of you there?
Mike was there and Commissioner Gleason.
Great. Okay, and then how about some feel good stuff to end with? So just a reminder, I think you all know this already, but for FY 26, Senator Hickenlooper was able to submit a few projects to the Appropriations Committee. So the town of Ophir's water line replacement for 600,000, the San Miguel Watershed Coalition's project, which is the Reed Chatfield Ditch and Diversion Rehabilitation Project, and that one is for 2.6 million. And then the town of Telluride, their project for the Royal, I can't actually say that word. Yeah, Royal Gold. I think I'm trying to say the rural juror. Like, that's what it feels like. The mudslide mitigation. So on Highway 140.
What's that one?
2.2 million.
Oh, my word. Thank you, because we're also in partnership
Yeah.
with them as well as the HOAs on that. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember you explaining how important that is. So thanks for that.
Thank you.
Okay. I just talked at you for a while. What do you want to talk about?
I just want to thank Senator Hickenlooper for focusing on these issues that are so important to San Miguel County. I mean, we are just so aligned. Very, very appreciative. Yeah, you've hit all the highlights, including the Iran war. I shouldn't say that's a county issue. We haven't discussed that as a BOCC, but I do have a question about that housing bill that was scheduled to be signed and then the signing was canceled, and I haven't followed that in the news. Do you know the status of that?
We're still hopeful.
Cause it's a 10-day situation where if he doesn't sign it within 10 days, it automatically becomes law. Have we hit the 10 days? Oh, I guess no, that's after it's presented or something, formally presented.
Yeah, I would need to just double check the exact, there's a lot of like
Yeah.
procedural stuff that
Yeah.
needs to happen around that, but yeah, that is, we're still, of course, President Trump is holding, he's refusing to sign the Road to Housing Act because he wants Congress to prioritize the SAVE Act, and that's the what our
Yeah.
office calls the Voter Disenfranchisement Act. And so that is, there is so much bipartisan support from both the House and the Senate that it sounds like even Republicans remain hopeful that it'll move forward and become law. It's just yeah, hung up in procedural stuff and
Okay. So it's not dead.
not that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And I should have, and thank you for bringing that up because that was such a huge bill that just
Yeah.
passed. It's like,
It was exciting when it passed.
yeah, Hickenlooper had several priorities passed in that, but overall it's just like such a big cheerleader for that whole bill and was glad to work with Senator Warren on many of those many pieces within that. It's a massive bill that will have very positive impacts all across the state. So, yeah. Thank you for bringing that one up. I need to add that right here to my notes.
Can I ask a clarification? You mentioned the three local water projects, the town of Telluride's Royer Gulch, the Ophir water supply line, and the San Miguel Watershed Conservation District Reed Chatfield Ditch Project. I was a little unclear if that money was in the bank or if that money is being requested.
Yep, it's been requested with congressionally directed spending. There are several hoops to jump through. first, the organization applies to their member of Congress. And then of those, we have to determine eligibility, with each project, and then we're able to submit the project to the appropriations committee. And so that's like the first big hurdle to get to. So those 3 projects have been officially submitted to the appropriations committee. And now it's in their hands. So now the appropriations committee decides, so no money in the bank. The next big hurdle is waiting to hear which of the projects get into the draft appropriations bills. And then ultimately it needs to be signed into, Congress has to pass the budget and it needs to get signed into law. In FY25, for FY25, because Congress passed a continuing resolution without, actually considering new funding, all of the CDS projects at the time were dead, which was very sad. So we're glad to see FY26 projects actually make it through. And, now they have money in the bank. So.
And was the senator the only supporter, or was that a bipartisan effort with Congressman Hurd and others from our state?
I don't remember off the top of my head with Congressman Hurd if they also submitted to Hurd's office, but I believe with each one of those, Senator Bennett also submitted those. So very strong support.
Thank you.
I'm 90% sure that they're both. But either way, it's submitted to the appropriations committee, which is
2 more steps, it sounds like.
2 more, really, maybe 3 big steps. Yeah. Draft bills, number 1, Congress actually passing a budget on time, or, that whole fiasco every year, and then Trump signing it.
Lance, I think Hurd has a different list, and maybe someone here has a better memory than I do, but on the.
Norwood's
list.
business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe he also has these, but I don't remember being informed that these were on his list, so.
Yeah.
That's just my memory that I'm trying to work with here.
That's why I was asking clarifying questions. We had the source here and I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry, I don't
It's okay.
remember that off the top of my head. And it's up to each organization if they submit, who they submit their projects to, or if they choose to do everyone.
Do we have any other questions for Lisa from the staff level? Commissioner Brown, do you have any more thoughts?
No, just again, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Congrats on the.
thank you. Looking forward to working with you and I guess you'll be.
Old news. Did Senator Hickenlooper have any public comment on the results of the gubernatorial primary?
Yeah, I think I actually read that in the news this morning.
I missed it. Can you remember what he said?
Yeah, I can. Pull that up. I don't wanna put words into his, I think he was just overall congratulatory to Phil Weiser for winning, and also was sad that, he of course endorsed Michael Bennett for governor. He was, sad to have seen his friend lose. Of course, he's also friends with Phil Weiser, but he reiterated that Michael Bennett has been such a strong leader, and he looks forward to kind of helping him get his heart back in the Senate, which is honestly, Michael Bennett's heart has always been in the Senate. So I think he was just lucky. I don't want to say anything on public record, but
I read the same.
yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Lisa. Appreciate you making the trip up to see us in person. And we remain, I feel close to Senator Hickenlooper through your office. So thank you for being such a good conduit.
Yeah, reach out anytime. And again, we do have a constituent affairs team that works true magic for individuals, any individual that has a problem with a federal agency. It just so happens right now, we are getting a lot of cases regarding ICE and USCIS. But if anyone has a problem with any federal agency, we are glad to work with them. So please send them our way. We're ready to advocate both big picture policy and on the individual level.
And just while we're talking, I know that Congressman Hurd had recommended and also supported the OFER request.
Oh, he did?
Yes,
Okay,
but I didn't, I don't have any other indication from the staff of what other requests he was.
Okay,
that's great.
I would assume that there's an advantage to having bipartisan support from both sides of the
Yeah,
legislature. Cool.
yeah. And then and then just like procedurally, usually it's like the House Appropriations Committee and the Senate Appropriations Committee are talking to each other. So like they decide who is actually gonna put the draft project in, or I mean, sorry, not the draft project, the project in the draft bill. When it comes to, putting the two, conferencing the two appropriations bills, the House and the Senate just have an agreement not to touch each other's CDS projects. So. Fun procedure. But we want CDS money all around, right? Okay.
Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa.
Enjoy the afternoon.
Thanks.
Commissioner, would you like to take a break or would you like to carry on?
Break would be.
Appropriate? Let us take 5. Let's call it 7 because I know us. About 11:42. Okay. We will recess until 40. Session, and we are reversing course to item 7D, which is consideration of the chair signature on resolution 2026-26, adopting updates to section 4-2 reasonable accommodations accessibility for the Americans with Disabilities Act policy. Carmen Warfield is with us.
This is pretty self-explanatory.
Mhm.
This is just an update to align with current laws and regulations, so.
I'd like to do that.
Laura, does it have your blessing?
Yeah, Christina did the redlining and I reviewed it, and there's also just some clarification updates in here to make it more clear on how to go through the process for requesting accommodations.
Appreciate clarity.
And with that, entertain a motion.
I move to approve the chair's signature on resolution 2026-26.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Done and dusted. Mr. Biggs, we're on the manager matters. Would you care to speak or would you like to wait for Mike?
I'm happy to start my list.
Let's go.
And, I won't get overrun by Mike.
Great.
So a couple things, goes without saying, but we need to say it anyway. There are stage 2 fire restrictions across the county as a whole. We got an email this morning from Trace Rios, again reiterating the Trace Rios field office at the BLM is in stage 2. Again, it goes, we get the reminder every afternoon right now, that fire danger is so significant and our neighbors in Uray are battling for their communities, and that is about to blow into across those county lines to Gunnison and Hinsdale County. And so, and we know that our sheriff's department is doing great work, assisting both Uray and Dolores County with their fire activities. But we just implore all folks to heed those, particularly in this week where we typically have people out with fireworks. This is not the year for fireworks at all. Please keep them at home, put them in your chest, save them for next year. Wanted to make sure that we give folks those reminders, because we do not want to expand this problem that we have across the West. So with that, a few other things. We will be closed this Friday for the July 4th holiday. We're observing that on Friday, the 3rd. So staff will be enjoying that day in addition to the 4th. And thank the commissioners, as always, for our generous holiday policy and having that time. I know staff greatly appreciates it. My wife greatly appreciates it. And we will be enjoying that day off. So back in full service Monday morning. Do manager matter? Yeah. Oh, there 2 card more to go? Yeah. Don't worry. You're sorry, I'm slacking. Late 2 card. Clearly. And I already did that. Just for community's sake and for upcoming matters, we do have the Placerville Fire Station survey that is ongoing through this Friday. As of today, we've got 89 responses. Most of them are overwhelmingly positive, but we'll be sharing that out with commissioners next week. So we'll get those details pulled together and share those with you. And potentially ask for some direction moving ahead next week on those projects. Drea submitted a CHAFA grant application for pre-development services. It's just another funding opportunity that it's kind of small dollar, so it's only $20,000, but every dollar counts. And this would contribute towards continuing to explore water sewer options for our various development opportunities in the county, particularly Deep Creek, and for Pathfinder So give us a little bit more financial resources to keep moving those balls forward. Dre and I did have a meeting this morning with our design consultants, Caddis, on the Deep Creek project and our partners with CDOT. And we are really pulling together a lot of surveys, other information, and getting pretty formative about kind of how we are going to circulate in the site, what CDOT's needs are really for their operation, what our needs are for our operation. I sent a big long email to Ryan about the myriad of questions on how we're operating on that site, so we can maybe make our operations a little more compact, so we can make some room for some housing. So, and start to phase that project moving ahead. So I'm happy to say that that is moving. Since our last board meeting, we did have consultants from HOK come. They're the space consultants that we are working for the town of Telluride, and we added our own little piece into their scope. And so they came, and we are doing a bit of a digest of those results actually this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So their preliminary take is they're gonna present that to me. I'm gonna share it with Mike. We'll be batting that around, but wanted to let the commissioners know that that project is active and ongoing. We had meetings with all the departments, and we're excited to move that ahead as well.
That was pretty quick.
Bang, bang. Sign the papers and have the meeting almost 2 days later. So it was worked pretty well they were already in town to meet with town of Telluride, so it really efficient. Dre and I also attended an IPOA board meeting yesterday, or a design review board meeting yesterday, to talk about tap fees. Based on our calculations, our tap fees for our 5 units down in Alien are gonna total about $68,500. So we talked to them about those tap fees a little bit, and they recognize it is also a desirable community need, but none of it happens without water and sewer, and so paying for those services is another critical piece. So,
And would the 68 include water and sewer access?
yes. Yeah, and they are preparing a will serve letter for us, so we can go through our land use procedures. So, but again, it's one of those parts of, I know the town of Telluride has been thinking a lot about tap fees, and we have that microcosm down in Ilium with the IPOA similarly. So, what else? I think that is what I have. I will turn it. Oh, one more important thing. We are scheduling our next strategic stakeholder roundtable meeting for July 16th. It's going to be in the morning, and I think it is going to be here in this very room. And so I think even as we spoke in the meeting this morning, the draft lines that will be shared with that group, with the SSR group, are being finalized, and we'll be sending that out tomorrow. So everybody has them for a couple weeks and can marinate on them. That meeting is going to cover, we're kind of going to focus that meeting on density and discussions about density and zone distance. So that's going to be the big push at that meeting, to kind of suss out what everyone's take is on that, and how we can maybe coalesce around some density recommendations.
Do you remember what time that meeting is, Jared? I know I'll get an invite here shortly if you don't.
You will get an invite, but I can tell you it will be, I think 9:00 a.m.
Thank you.
So that is what I have, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Bordeaux.
Thanks, Jared. First off, some in our community have already heard the news that that Janet Cass has departed from the county with Parks and Open Space. Certainly, we're really sad to see her go, and she did an immense amount of work advancing the department and all of their facilities and programs over the last 10 years. And we would like to give her a huge public thank you for everything she did during her time with the county, and wishing her the best in her next venture. I know Commissioner Gleason will be returning over the holiday, and she should be back in the office next Monday on the 6th. Spoke to her this morning. Bit of really exciting news. Our second application to the state Division of Veterans Affairs was fruitful, and we have received a $33,000 grant from the state to purchase a vehicle to transport Uray and San Miguel County veterans. I subsequently had applied for 2 grants from Lamar, both of which were also awarded. So there's an additional $15,000 for this same program, and I've started working with Mikhail to select a vehicle, as well as to structure what an on-call driver would be, all of our related liabilities, so that we can start solidifying a plan and then communicating this to our veterans. But this has been a pain point for our veterans, especially those in the west end of our county, in their inability to have a feasible method to get to their VA appointments. So very excited for our veterans. Thankful to Mikhail's work in that grant, and thankful to Elpamar for seeing and supporting this need as well.
Thank you for your leadership on all of that, Michael.
My pleasure.
Michael.
That's okay. We can be formal,
Okay.
Commissioner. I would like to also welcome and celebrate one of our okay, that's okay, thanks. One of our internal hires who applied for our East End supervisor position with Road and Bridge, Jesse Sutherland, has offered and accepted the position in that role. So he'll be transferring. He's currently our Egner lead worker, and he will be assuming this role later this week.
And the title is
East End supervisor. And we're excited because I think Jesse has the skills and definitely the interest in taking this next step up in the organization and providing leadership. That's why I was a little late. I was talking to Ryan about that transition plan with the crews and with our HOA contacts that we'll be having individual meetings with Jesse. We also have some other new hires that are in process. So I don't want to announce who those folks are, but our Road and Bridge department is quickly getting back up to its proper staffing levels after we have been at full staff this winter, and then we had a number of departures during the spring. So glad to see that not only the labor market, but the reputation of San Miguel County as an employer is showing success in recruiting new applicants. I wanted to just give a brief shout out to our Exceptional Service Award winners. This is a program that the HR department created, and all the offices and departments in the counties can nominate folks through an application form. And Alan Hatfield in our Road and Bridge department, as well as Chris Rauscher in our building department, were the June award winners for that. Just as a means to recognize them going over and above what's expected to serve our community. Last week, Jared and I met with, actually it was Maura and I met with Parks and Open Space staff on specifics related to the fair and rodeo, as well as projects. This week, Jared and I met with the entire Parks and Open Space staff to assess where they were with all of their projects and programs, and to make sure that none of our projects fall behind, with Janet stepping out of that role. And we have communicated with all boards and commissions about these changes, and are happy to see that we feel confident we can still move ahead on everything that was in the works. And since our last meeting. I'm hopscotching all over, so I apologize if it's hard to follow. Welcome to my brain. We have, the county entered stage 2 fire restrictions at midnight on June 26th. Obviously, we understand the need for that. And as a side note related to the immense size of the Gold Mountain fire over in Ouray, Sheriff Koval and Shannon Armstrong have been working in the Ouray EOC. Now Linnea Edwards, our Human Services Director, is also working in their Emergency Operations Center on the pre-evacuation planning, as well as if that is initiated, how they will assist Ouray County in evacuating. This is a little bit beyond our standard mutual aid agreements. But we also understand that when our neighbors need us, we want to heed the call. I want to recognize Nick Xavier has been in the Dolores County Emergency Operations Center, assisting them with their wildfire planning and response as well. And I wanted to say a thank you to Kyle Beck. When Ouray County called to request that Imogene Pass was closed, even though we had cleared it of snow. I could not get somebody to immediately go put up barricades at Tomboy Road, and so Kyle was able to assist us in that venture. Jared and I met with the clerk, treasurer, finance, and administration to talk about workflow and how we can have more timely reconciliations, as well as more communication between those respective offices and departments. We also met with the Telluride Fire Protection District at CDOT on their planning of access roads. And we are not bringing forth an application to close and vacate Front Street until the board gives us direction after seeing those survey results next week. So we've initiated the rezone of the parcel, but we have not initiated the vacation or formal closure of Front Street until we receive that direction from you. Yesterday, Steve Wolf, the director of the Southwest Water Conservation District, came in person here and met with Maura and myself, along with our local rep, Jenny Russell, to talk about not only his transition plan, as yesterday was his last day, and it was kind of cool that he chose to spend the last meeting on the last day, late in the afternoon, with San Miguel County to talk about opportunities that he foresees us having to ensure long-term water supply, specifically out of Trout and Hope Lake, that is currently controlled by Xcel Energy. So we're going to be following up on those conversations, and we'll bring those to the board as these meetings materialize. The Economic Resilience meeting with the Telluride Foundation, the Flights Alliance, TMBOA, and the towns occurred a week ago, and we're going to be continuing to meet. Substantial discussion revolved around the potential need for a Chamber of Commerce for the businesses in Telluride and Mountain Village to have a better voice about not only about what they need, but for us to be able to share with them some of the changing economic conditions so that our businesses can better adapt, so that we might hopefully not be as impacted with things like poor snow years or temporary shutdowns like what we experienced with the ski area. As a side note, today is Chuck Corning's birthday, and I reached out this morning and he responded that he's doing well and thankful for the support. I'd like to wish everybody a safe, happy, and fire-free 4th of July, and thank you to the commissioners for allowing us to be closed on Friday. Next week, we have an SMRHA meeting on Monday, the 6th at 1 p.m. At our next work session, that has been changed to be a special meeting. That will be in the evening in Norwood, starting with a museum visit. Norwood Historical Museum starting at 4, dinner from 5 to 6, and then our special meeting from 6 to 7:30. Survey results as well for the Placerville Fire survey, as well as your potential appointment of the Planning Commission alternate member will occur at that meeting. On Thursday, the 9th, at 8:30 to 9:30 is the Colorado State Land Board presentation and breakfast up in Mountain Village. I know that Star is planning on attending, and I know that you have a joint work session with the planning commission starting at 9:30. So as far as I've heard, none of the commissioners are able to attend that meeting. Is that correct? I just received an additional who is attending. I wanted to confirm from the county side that it's just Star. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. Thanks, Star.
Great. And the last thing is this morning, via the listserv for all the county managers and administrators in the state. There has been a really positive message of cooperation that as some of our counties that don't have as many resources as their larger or wealthier neighbors are being impacted by significant wildfires. There's kind of a list of all the counties that are saying, you know, we touch base with those first that are impacted. Mesa, we haven't heard back from Lake, but Uray, Dolores counties currently. Of all the other counties that are standing by to offer additional assistance. So we all understand that any one of us could be impacted by a significant wildfire, and glad to see that camaraderie and people saying, you know what, beyond our legal agreements that come and help during a mutual aid period, we're willing to offer more and longer to make sure that none of us are put into a terrible position. That's all I have for you today. Do you have any questions?
No, thanks both.
Thank you.
Appreciate all that news. Commissioner Brown, we have a choice. It is a little afternoon. And we do have a firm startup time at 12:45. Would you like to defer commissioner updates until after lunch?
I would, if that's all right, then we won't have to rush.
It's fine. All right, then we are going to recess till 12:45 and we will be back for item 11A. And then we'll move to commissioner updates after that. Thanks all. Welcome back, everybody. It is 12:48, 12:46. At any rate, we are back. And we are on to item 11A, which is consideration by the Board of County Commissioners for a recommendation to deny the petition of abatement or refund of taxes for Amber Elise Alonso and Tracy Joe Renfro, who are co-trustees of the Alonso Renfro Management Trust. And Patrice Campbell, our certified general appraiser, is representing the county assessor's office. She is here with us. Good morning or good afternoon, Patrice. Thank you for joining us. Why don't we start with you, and if the appellant is on the Zoom, we'll hear from them next.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Patrice Campbell. I'm representing the assessor's office in this abatement. The abatement is for account R 10800200202. This property is in the town of Mountain Village. It's located on 96 Stevens Drive. It's considered in the upper portion of the town of Mountain Village. The property is on basically a half-acre parcel, and it's generally a level site, evenly treed with some privacy and mountain views. The most recent sale was in 2020, and it was for $3.175. It was recorded, its reception number 462493. Since the time of sale in 2025, a permit was pulled for 1.3 million and for exterior and interior remodels and updates. Based on our office's inspections, we believe it's still a very good quality home, and it's considered in good condition after the remodel. On page 2 of the report, you can see a couple pictures of the exterior and then the GIS subject location. In Colorado, the assessors are required to appraise all residential properties by the market approach. We also are required to separate the land value and the improvement values out. So first of all, I'll talk about the land value. During the time period analyzed, which was 24 months prior to June 30th of 2024, we had, I believe, 38 vacant valid sales in the town of Mountain Village area, ranging from 450,000 for a really small steep lot to 8,650,000 for a site adjacent to the gondola. The average sale price of all the sales was $1.9 million. And to narrow that down, in the subject's immediate area, there were 2 sales that were considered. One was a typical lot within the area, and it was at $1,350,000. And there was also an inferior lot that sold for $1,025,000. The subject site was valued at $780,000 and was categorized as having an inferior view. Upon inspection, it was realized that this lot is pretty typical for the inferior. So if anything, we probably have the land value slightly low. However, we're not recommending to increase it at this time. As far as the improved sales that were used to get a price per square foot on the mass appraisal level, there were 41 valid sales of detached single-family homes in the Mountain Village area. They were from good plus to excellent quality. The prices range from just over 4 million to 20 million. The average sale price was just over 9 million, and the median sales price was just under 9 million. Of the total sales, 13 were of very good quality homes, and they ranged in size from 2,400 square feet to almost 12,000 square feet. And the prices were 4,250,000 to 10,700,000. This resulted in a price per square foot after land values were excluded of $636 per square foot to $1,659 per square foot. An average was 1,148, and the median was 1,102. The subject is valued the improvement only at $1,076 a square foot, so well in that range at the mass appraisal level. But for this appeal, I've also narrowed down the sales that I thought were most similar. These sales were similar in size, adjusted age, location, and also similar in values. So, and you can see on page 4 in my adjustment grid, I have the total sale price minus the site values for an improvement only value, and then a price per square foot of a range of $831 a square foot to $1,196 per square foot. So again, that subject property at 1,076 is well within that range. One of the sales 3 was inferior in condition. It hadn't had the any kind of improvement done. So just a brief discussion. Sale 1 is located in the Lower Mountain and has similar characteristics. It's similar in size, and although it is newer, it is similar in overall condition due to the remodel of the subject. Sale 2 is also in the Lower Mountain. It's smaller and older, but it has also had some remodels to bring it to similar condition. Sale 3 is also in the Lower Mountain. It's similar in the year built and quality, and that's the one that's inferior in condition. Sale 4 is similar in quality and condition, but smaller. All the land values are somewhat similar, and although the subject has a larger garage, all had adequate garage stalls, therefore no adjustments were made in the mass appraisal level. The assessor's recommendation, based on all this information, using the original 13 sales of very good quality, supported our price per square foot, as well as the narrowed down similar properties. The land value, again, is definitely supported and possibly lower. So therefore, we are recommending denial of the abatement and upholding the assessor's value at $5,803,935. Page 6, I have the pictures of the comparable sales that were used. So you can see the outsides are somewhat similar. Page 7, I have a subject and sales improvement sales map. And then the last thing I just wanted to bring up was the petitioner provided 3 sales to use, and first of all the sales were past our appraisal date of June 30th, 2024, so they wouldn't have been considered. But I looked at the sales prices and thought, well, they're a little bit low, so I wanted to kind of look at them anyway. And I found that his sale 1 and 3 were both partially constructed or renovated homes, and sale 3 it's been down to the studs since 2021, so that those sale prices did not reflect a completed house. And sale 2 was an inferior quality. So even if we would have used these sales for some reason, 1, the date was after our time period, and 2, they would not have been considered qualified sales.
Thank you, Patrice. Commissioner Brown, any questions?
Not from me. Your memo was super clear. Thank you. Presentation.
All right, I will open the floor to the applicant or any representative of the applicant. I don't see any unfamiliar names on the Zoom, and I don't see any unfamiliar faces in the room. So I'm starting to believe that we will not hear from anybody else on this matter. And I'm okay with that because I follow Patrice's logic.
Means, well, Patrice, were you expecting the applicant here?
I never heard from them. No.
Okay. Why can you motion?
I think you should.
Okay. I move that we see, what are we gonna do? Approve?
We're going to approve to deny.
Approve the recommendation from the assessor's office that we deny the petition of abatement or refund of taxes for Amber Elise Alonso and Tracy Joe Renfro Co. trustees of Alonso Renfro Management Trust, ABMT 2026-22.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye as well. Motion carries. Thank you both very much. Thank you all very much for your time. Enjoy the afternoon.
You're a pro, Patrice.
Okay, we'll circle back to commissioner updates and then we'll conclude our meeting with an executive session. There may be some attorney matters that are presented in public, we shall see. But Commissioner Brown, would you care to update us on anything that you've been working on?
Yes, I would be happy to. So since I last reported, which feels like quite a while ago, I've attended 2 interim policy meetings online with CCAT. One on June 4th and one on June 25th, and we are just continuing to talk about various ballot measures that are of interest to progressive counties, as well as legislative proposals from CCAT members and others that might be expected from other sponsors. Lance, you already know, but I'll just mention to the public that we will be completing a survey of those concepts at 15th, I think, June 15th, something in the next couple of weeks. And I will get you and Galena and staff summaries of those as soon as they're available, so we can kind of all do our background reading.
Great.
But that's where CCAT is right now. It's just getting our priorities, starting to talk about our priorities for already next year's legislative session. And as well, the ballot measures in the fall. In early June, I attended a meeting of the Thyroid Medical Center Capital Campaign Committee, which I'm sitting on, and just happy to get a status report on that. Why, we haven't really seen anything happening out other than the land work and all that. There are 2 main discussion points that they're still researching, or decision points that they're still researching. I think I may have reported that it's possible that the current Idorado owned site of the medical center in town may be available. It sounds like only for an additional lease, not for sale, but that is continuing to be discussed to understand that opportunity, as well as to understand like the cost benefits of potentially keeping primary care in that spot if it's available, and the ER out at Society Turn versus everything in Society Turn. So that's, a big, obviously, decision point. And the other one is they're still exploring partnerships with like those umbrella medical, networks, I guess. And both of those decisions are expected to come to conclusion sometime in July. And so then in August, they'll start sharing, those decisions and status and so forth with the community. So a lot of work is still continuing as we get there. Mike, you already mentioned the Economic Resilience Committee meeting we had on June 16th. Our next step is to meet with a few key businesses who have already expressed interest in participating in the chamber and helping organize it. That meeting has been called for July 14th. And we're also bringing in state representatives to kind of help us with some best practices and things like that. We also received an email from Blues and Brews, SVG Productions, asking for a meeting about festival health. And so that may be kind of overlapping with the chamber conversations, and we'll see how that all sorts out. On June 18th, Mike and I attended the lodging tax panel, and we got those updates. Probably no surprise that lodging tax revenues were down in the first quarter of the year. 5.4% is the current calculation. Interestingly, I can't remember who said it, but some knowledgeable person in the room said that they actually are considering that there might be more visitation this summer, particularly by second homeowners who missed coming here this winter. So they're wondering if that might juice up summer a little bit. Let's see. They talked, the Thyroid Tourism Board talked about their, advertising campaigns, national campaigns. Things are still, continuing to push that out. In terms of travel trends, there's definitely concerns about fuel prices, driving or impacting summer visitation. I think you've seen a little softening of that, but that's definitely a concern, particularly for like lower, not like medium to lower demographics, whereas the super high demographics appear to be insulated from all of that. Summer forecast is that that occupancy, and I'll also mention while we're at it, flight bookings are slightly up, so that's looking good. Another thing I thought was interesting is that the Tarry Tourism Board attended Australia ski shows with local lodging partners, and attended in particular the Warren Miller film premieres in Sydney and Melbourne. They are very interested in international travelers because those folks spend 4 times generally what a domestic traveler would around their trip. So anyway, I guess the bottom line on all of this sort of tourism related stuff is the winter was down, the summer is looking pretty good. I had a conversation with Anna Cooling, our district attorney. She let me know that Matt Bama, who is sorry if he's assistant or deputy DA for San Miguel County, is going back full-time into private practice. Unfortunately, the arrangement of the code assistant DAs didn't work out, but she's already hired somebody who had been in her office and he's a Telluride resident, a Telluride region resident. So he is getting trained up now by Matt. His name is John Clothier. Okay. She also mentioned that she wants to reconvene her sort of update committee. You're nodding like you have had the same conversation. Okay, that's good then. You're up to speed. And Mike and I discussed this, and she actually requested that we have a single commissioner sort of participate in that, in those committees. And so I'm just wondering.
Galina is gonna be so good at that.
It's gonna be so good. Mike, will you let her know?
I will.
Okay. If she starts to cry, let us know.
Will do.
Okay.
She'll be pretty relaxed after vacation. So
It's a good time. Get her first thing.
Okay.
We talked about accessibility training. I've been to 2 Telluride Regional Airport board meetings, I guess just one since I last reported in. And what I wanted to mention was the Colorado Flights Alliance update. It was a rough winter for flights, and so Matt is being very transparent and letting us all know that sales tax revenues were down, as we know, or everything was down, and I understand that's a funding source for CFA, so that's tough. And that guarantees that we have to pay will be higher because there were fewer booked seats, so that's, it's a tough situation. Other sort of tough news is that the service into Telluride Airport from Denver Air Connection is being pulled back a bit. So the daily Phoenix flights this summer are now just Thursdays and Sundays, which are good days. And then he mentioned that both the Denver and the Phoenix service will take a month-long break in the fall. So it's kind of moving in the opposite direction that we would hope. But it was a rough winter, and I think with that, and fuel prices going up, the economics change, and so there's no reason to think we can't recover, but that's where we are right now. That's it.
All right. Thank you.
So welcome.
I can report that I attended a couple meetings. I wish Star was still here because she was chairing a couple of them. I'd have more deeper insight, but the Southwest Basin Wildfire Council meeting on 17th, Shannon basically presented the CWPP to the group. Most of the folks in the meeting knew quite a bit about that. There was a little bit of discussion about the evacuation drill in the mountain village that Chief Browdy posted, and it sounded like it was smooth. It wasn't everybody, it was optional, so it worked well. Talked a bit about the ski hill and their Telluride Mountain Club Trails proposals and where those both sat in the NEPA process. And then I moved into another meeting with Star chairing, which was the recreational collaborative. And Star posed the question to the group, did we want to apply for a grant to create a more formal, state-funded regional recreation collaborative where everybody's plans are positioned together in one document, and we have a lot of meetings to see how they mesh. And some of the folks in the group thought that was a good idea and some didn't, so stars conflicting reports, and so we have to ponder. The last meeting that I attended recently was a REBEL meeting, which is the Rural Electrification Benefits. I'm not going to get the full acronym, but it's such a good one. And that's hosted by our friends at Eco Action Partners, and it's, as you know, regional leaders and SMPA representatives just talking about what they're doing toward electrification. And one takeaway that I was surprised by, but I wanted to share, Jake Neese of Uray County mentioned that on large building heat pumps, and he indicated their new courthouse remodel, and also I believe it was their wastewater treatment plant. Because the power that is being provided by the grid has fluctuations in it, the heat pumps weren't performing up to spec. We're not, and required $100,000 power conditioner, which, as I understand it, is just a way to smooth out the sine waves in electrical current so that you get steady, smooth power flow, and it keeps all the heat pumps happy. Doesn't seem to be an issue in residential heat pump installation, but with a large load and a number of pumps in a large building, it's something that I had not heard of, and wanted to share with all of our team in case we ever wanted to heat pump something big. That's all I've got for you today.
Excellent stuff, thanks.
You're welcome. All right, with that, we are on the last item in our agenda today, and this is Attorney Matters with Maura Boylan. Maura, is there anything that you would like to discuss in public before we go into executive session?
No.
All right, in that case, we'll entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move that we go into executive session to discuss an update on code enforcement. And we are doing this under CRS 24-6-4024B, conference with an attorney regarding pending enforcement matters.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. We will report out after this. We will not make any decisions. And at the end of this executive session, our meeting will end today. Mr. Tooley, thanks for your joining us. It was great to see you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure. That's good to hear about Mr. Clothier. I would assume that he is the wife of Kristen, who's the new historic and planning director for the town.
Oh,
Just a guess on the name.
would make sense.
It
I
would.
didn't hear that.
It's about right.
Oh.
Ready, buddy?
Good to see you, Bailey.
Hey, here, let me get the door. Oh, thanks for the show.
Yeah, good to see you.
I need some interaction. Well, but.
Into the breakout room we go.
Correct. Next session post. Thank you.
I'm out.
Hey,
Hey.
It's Matt's favorite part of his job, I know it.
the only part of my job these days.
Oh. So sorry to hear that.
Tis
maybe a reminder really for all of our meetings that to raise your hand, you have to use the react button, at the bottom right,
Okay,
as a heart.
got it. All right, we are out of executive session. During that time, we only discussed the matters at hand and we gave staff direction. Mr. Herman, I understand that you have been with us all day and I'm not certain if you were unable to find the react button to raise your hand. But if you would like to speak, you can find that react button down at the bottom of your Zoom screen under the heart logo or icon. And when you click on that once, you get the option to click on raise hand. And if that is useful and you'd like to speak, now's a good time. Otherwise, I understand we may be receiving a letter from you via email, and that's fine too. So I'll give you just another minute to experiment with the icons at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And I see a hand clap. That's one icon. Let's just ask Mr. Herman if he'd care to speak by unmuting him and see if we can preempt this one. Okay, Mr. Herman, if you do want to speak, your next step is to click the unmute button.
Yeah, I'm good. I don't really have anything to add. I think I sent a letter, not a letter, an email over to Matt Gonzalez, and he might have been able to share it with you guys, but I don't really have any major pressing
Okay.
item.
Great. Well, in that case, we will get your letter from Matt and we'll read it carefully. And thanks for listening in today.
Thank you very much.
All right. With that, we have concluded the agenda for today. I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second, all those in favor? Aye as well. Motion carries. Meeting is over. Thanks, everybody.